Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for this competition day organized in the context of the Belgian presidency. We'll have a very interesting day today, talking about the two extreme spectrums of industry, digital on the one side and food and agriculture products on the other. And I won't take long for this introduction because we have very distinguished speakers in the beginning of this day. First, we will have Séverine Waterblé, who is the president of the Ministry of Economics. She will replace the minister who unfortunately is not able to be here today because he has an urgent meeting this morning. After that, we will have Professor Dewatripont. Professor Dewatripont is what we can call an éminence grise in Belgium for economics. Everybody knows Professor Dewatripont. He used to be a professor and dean at the Solvay Business School and also director at the National Bank. And after that, he joined the ULB Institute of Interdisciplinary Innovation and in Healthcare, which was founded and chaired by Michel Godman, and which is now co-directed by Hilde Stevens. He was also part of the GIS group, so the Belgian group for experts on the exit strategy from COVID-19. He was also a member of the GEMS, so the Belgian group of experts on the COVID management strategy. And I'm saying all of this because Professor Dewatripont will notably talk about pharma in his speech. And last but not least, we have also the honor, and I'm very pleased to welcome Margaretha Vestager, Executive Vice President of the Commission and Commissioner for Competition. There have been a lot of very prominent and extremely famous competition commissioners, and I'm sure Mrs. Vestager is certainly part of those. So thank you very much for being with us today. And I can announce also that Commissioner Vestager will take questions from the floor. So without much ado, I will leave the floor for Séverine, and after that we will have Professor Dewatripont on screen, unfortunately, because he will not be able to join us for unforeseen circumstances, and we will have then Commissioner Vestager. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel. The Vice President and Commissioner Vestager, the Directors General, the President of the Competition Authorities, ladies and gentlemen. So, as Axel has said, we have to apologize to the Ministry, but I assume you know what competition is. And today we had to compete with an important ministerial meeting, what we call the Kern. That's why Minister Dermain asked me to stand for him here. Nevertheless, it's my pleasure and honor being here with you today as President of the Belgian Ministry of Economy and to participate in the European Competition Day after a last successful edition in Barcelona. I expect a day full of interesting discussions on competition law and policies related to how to address several of the challenges Europe is facing. These discussions are of high importance, taking into account an uncertain geopolitical times, as you know. Today, the European Union stands at a crossroads. We're dealing with the consequence of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the pandemic, the inflation, the energy crisis, but also the spectacular impact of new technologies of our daily lives and the way we work, and disinformation built by tech monopolies, the effect of climate change, I said it, with unprecedented summer fires and also in Belgium, as you know, deadly floods, and more generally with the world under pressures. The role of competition policy and its enforcement has become even more important than before. Improving competition is a core element in economic policy. Well-functioning of competition is a way of increasing competitiveness, purchasing power, and reducing inequalities. It's a key for creating prosperity, growth, and employment. The approval of the ESN Plus directive and its transposition into national law by the member states was an important step in giving national competition authorities the appropriate and necessary instruments to enforce competition law. Today, in the light of the growing digital economy, the AI Act is the first ever legal framework on AI, which addresses the risk of AI and positions Europe to play a leading role globally. The Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act aim to create a safer digital space where fundamental rights for citizens are protected and to establish a level playing field for business to foster innovation, growth, and competitiveness in the European single market. In order for competition policy to take a greater importance in our society, it must become more concrete for citizens and be able to show them that it's directly useful for them. A good example are sectors where consumers are very unpleased. And in Belgium, and I guess it's the case in many European countries, it's the case for the banking sector. The banking market is highly concentrated, and this concentration can be observed in a large number of European countries. A report by the Belgian Competition Authority has highlighted market conditions that are not in favor of the consumer. Moreover, in Belgium, I would like to mention the Dewatripont project, which restructures the ATM network, and it's also a source of great tension for the consumers. Citizens are indeed very concerned by the sharp decline of the number of ATMs. The Belgian Competition Authority is currently investigating a possible breach of competition law. Depending on the result of this investigation, this file can very much improve the citizen awareness of the Belgian Competition Authority. Another challenge is how to keep prices fair for consumers. Food inflation is a major concern for almost all governments, and we have also knew this crisis with the sector. So I would like also to highlight today that the sharp rise in consumer prices in almost all European member states can be explained by an element of business-to-business single market, and I do believe it has been neglected, namely the territorial supply constraints. The supply constraints have a number of unpleasant consequences, such as overall higher prices for consumers and less availability on certain products. The territorial supply constraints may further come in different shapes, such as, for example, a limitation of the choice of the country of supply, changes in packaging, etc. A study of the European Commission from 2020 showed that half of fast-moving consumer goods sellers in the EU experience supply constraints based on their location. And also small markets are more likely to be victims of these supply constraints. Markets in larger member state countries are also affected. I underline that the options for tackling territorial supply constraints are rather limited within the current framework. Competition law can only be used either against unlawful agreements under Article 101 or against actions by dominant firms. I think that the territorial supply constraints should not be forbidden for dominant firms only. I believe we need to address this issue that goes against the single market. It leads to fragmentation, less choice, higher consumer prices, and affects retailers, especially SMEs. I would like also to take this opportunity to reaffirm that the single market is one of the great achievements of the European integration. Today, however, some of its rules seem to be blocking our efforts to make a full commitment for the dual transition, the green and the digital one. We must therefore ask ourselves whether this essential development could not be stimulated by a change in the legal framework. And this is a message, of course, for our new Commission. Workers' rights, service of general interest, the ecologic transition, economic resilience are all very important topics that our single market, which is much more than a market. This is why we have taken the initiative of interesting Mr. Enrico Letta, the former president of the Italian Council, with the task of drawing up an independent high-level report on the future of the single market. This report, as you know, was presented last week and set out a lot of recommendations for the future of our single market, and I will conclude with a few of them. With regard to the debate on state aid, he discusses innovating solutions such as state aid's contribution mechanism, requiring member states to allocate a portion of their national funding to finance pan-European initiatives and investments. But he also mentioned adapting the general block exemption regulation for state aid to social enterprises. It also highlights the crucial need for our industry to scale up. To achieve this and to avoid monopolies, it is therefore essential to better realize the full potential of our single market. This means that with the help of our competition authorities, we should foster the competition between European countries. This is the message of the minister. I have to say that as administration, I should be probably more neutral in my position, but still, I guess it will launch the debate today. So I wish you a very fruitful day, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, and I give now the floor with very much pleasure to our Commissioner, or not yet. Axel? To Axel then.
Yes, like I said, if everything goes well, we should have a direct intervention of Professor Mathias de Dewatripont, who unfortunately could not join us today. So, Mathias, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Do you all hear me? Hello. So I understand I'm on the screen. Is that correct? Okay. So thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to talk at this high-level conference. And the topic I will talk about today concerns, the topic I chose is competition-friendly industrial policy. As we know, in Europe, we have believed from the start in competition policy, in the single market. Of course, we understand that the industrial policy is important too, and these days, I think more than ever. So the question is not whether we should have industrial policy, but how to do it. And what I want to the difficulty of picking winners. I think we should more talk about the difficulty of terminating losers, avoiding expensive capture at a time where the fiscal constraint is, of course, very important today. So I think the key idea I want to stress is that competition policy can act as a very useful check on the implementation of industrial policies. So in that sense, I think it has been good that the EU has pushed for horizontal policies, innovation policies and the like. But the question remains, to what extent can we, should we focus on some strategic sectors, some specific projects, grand challenges, or missions like going to the moon, to paraphrase Mariana Mazzucato. And here I want to first talk about some work done with Aguillon, Kai, Du, Harrison, and Legros, where we basically used a comprehensive data set on all medium and large enterprises in China between 1998 and 2007. Now, why China? Because in a sense, it is a large country that has been seen as having successfully relied on industrial policy for a number of years. And the thing we show in this paper, which was published in 2015, is that it's industrial policies that were allocating to competitive sectors or that fostered competition within these sectors that managed to increase productivity growth. So we measure competition using the index of price cost margin. We include as industrial policies the subsidies, tax holidays, loans, tariffs, and we show that measures that foster competition, which means that they are allocated to sectors where production is more dispersed across firms, are the ones that manage to increase productivity and therefore economic welfare. And the idea is that, in fact, such targeted competition-friendly industrial policy manages to avoid the fact that there is a natural tendency for firms to try and operate in different sectors from one another in order to relax price competition, which in the end hurts consumers because prices are higher and also reduces economic dynamism. This is a so-called monopoly replacement effect in economics. So that is general work about why competition policy and industrial policy are in fact complementary. Now, let me go for the COVID vaccine case, and let me try and share slides. Okay. I hope you see my slides now. Okay. So I've done some work together with, again, Philippe Aguillon and also Sofia Amaral Garcia and Michel Goldman, looking at COVID-19 vaccines, and then I had some follow work of my own. And I mean, this has been a huge example of industrial policy. As we know, I mean, successful vaccination requires a number of stages: R&D, authorization, production, purchases, delivery, and persuasion to make sure that people get the vaccination. As people say, vaccines don't save lives, vaccination does. Now, let me focus on a couple of steps here. The first one being research and development. And I think it's important to recognize that the US has been the clear leader here. And this was still, I must say, the Trump administration. Of course, they did a lot of things that were not good in terms of non-pharma intervention and the like, but I must say their record has been wonderful on R&D and vaccines. Of course, they have a very impressive ecosystem. research universities, the NIH, the Biomedical Applied Research and Development Authority, BARDA, biotechs with very effective financial markets, and big pharma. They also have the benefits of centralization, and they look worldwide. They had this so-called Operation Warp Speed, where I must say they hired as chief scientific officer of the whole operation Monsef Slaoui, a citizen from Morocco, Belgium, and the US. Monsef came, in fact, to Belgium to get a PhD in life sciences from my own. Did most of his career in the US for GSK, and the reason why he was recruited is because he was on the board of Moderna, the biotech firm Moderna, when in 2020. And although he was a registered Democrat, the Trump administration hired him as chief scientific officer of this Operation Warp Speed, which he co-directed with somebody from the US Army. They mobilized the Defense Production Act and so on. And I must say, it is, I think, an amazing. Take big pharma. We we have a problem of scale. We don't spend enough money, EU money on R&D. When you compare the budget of the National Institute of Health, it's not comparable. It is well known that a huge problem of Europe is that while it is a regulatory giant, it's only a budgetary dwarf, 1% of EU GDP. That's not up to the job. Now there is HERA, the Health Emergency Response Authority. Will it be up to the job? We don't have an Operation Warp Speed, the Defense Production Act, these kind of things. So there is progress to do. That's for R&D. Now for purchases, quickly, well, Israel shows you don't have to be involved in R&D or production to get ahead. The price simply needs to be right. BioNTech, which had teamed up with Pfizer, did sell to them in priority. By the way, Israel also allowed to analyze in detail the impact of vaccination on the population, thereby contributing to global knowledge. The UK and the US benefited from close links to AstraZeneca, respectively, and to Pfizer and Moderna to accelerate purchases. And as we know, the EU, they were slow at the beginning. And, this is the vaccination dynamics. When you see Israel first, then the UK, Boris Johnson did well on that dimension, then the US, and only the EU. And when you see, of course, that things converge after the summer of 2021. So Europe was in the beginning criticized for being too slow in setting up the vaccination because it took a while to coordinate. But let me say, as a Belgian citizen, I'm very, very thankful that the EU took over. In the beginning, 4 countries, Germany, France, Italy, and the Netherlands, had joined forces without the others to bargain. And thank God the EU intervened. So it was a bit slow, and here I put, and all this coming from the famous Our World in Data websites. Here I put the 20 countries of the EU with the biggest population. And what you see is that what I think is striking here is that until, let's say, roughly June 2021, most countries have advanced at the same rhythm. Okay, you have one exception, a faster country, Hungary, because they had bought some Sputnik vaccines from Russia. And then you have some countries, a few countries that had some technical delivery problems, Bulgaria, Romania, Slovakia, and Poland. But basically, it's only for all the other countries that go at the same speed. It's only when they start hitting the persuasion constraint and, some people who don't want to be vaccinated and so on, that you start seeing that. But overall, I think the Commission, which was indeed probably rightly criticized for slow delivery at the beginning because it probably insisted too much on low prices, while the recessionary cost of delay was huge. But as we know from some indiscretion about prices, it is clear that we managed to get low prices. I think €4 for AstraZeneca, 24 for Pfizer BioNTech, and 36 for Moderna. While, for example, Israel paid a lot more, 38 and 81. But the key is that thanks to centralization, we managed to have vaccine for all 27 member states. And the centralization is useful to counter pharma companies' typical attempt to play one country against the other, to say, if you want it faster, please raise the price. And this has been well documented, for example, by Margaret Kyle, and it's exactly what Pfizer about joint procurement are relevant to be extended to other diseases, and in particular, for example, for rare diseases where you have at times treatment that can cost several millions of euros per patient. Okay, when a single dose is enough, but still it's huge. It's starting to weigh heavily on public drug budgets. So it is very important to think of ways to improve the trade-off between innovation and affordability in a world where it has been documented that big pharma companies, not biotechs, earn risk-adjusted returns that exceed that of the market by up to 3%, for example, shown by Andrew Lowe in MIT and co-authors. Now, the EU Commission is, of course, aware of all this, has been working on these issues, pushing for more competition through fine-tuned intellectual property rights when you agree to make it available to the whole EU. Also pushing for more transparency on costs and prices. But I do think this idea of centralizing purchases at the EU level is important. It can work, especially, okay, with COVID, there was the idea, do we really need low prices or do we need very, very fast access? In general, the trade-off is should put more pressure on lowering prices. And there, I think, several countries, member states are trying to join forces. Benelux A, so Benelux countries plus Austria and Ireland, the Valletta Group for the south of Europe, the Visegrad Group, the Nordic Pharmaceutical Forum. I think a big push to try and go further in centralizing procurement would be a good idea. It could also be possible to use structural fund budget to combine a single EU-wide price and therefore avoid the parallel import problem while recognizing the budget pressure on poorer countries. So they could get some rebates through the structural fund budget. And I think for example, for some diseases like rare diseases, there are advantages also to join forces because then you can start promising access to a big market, which will also help companies understand that they get some certainty about enough volume. It could be coupled with advanced market commitments, like has been done for years now on vaccines in general, with the work of Michael Kremer and others. So I think basically EU-wide coordination would be a good idea. Also on the organization of clinical trials. I think what we would need also is to basically coordinate national R&D funding also. I mean, when you look at the budget of the National Institute of Health in the US, we could do a lot more in coordination. And once again, this would be consistent with competition-friendly industrial policy because you could put more firms in competition. So this is what I wanted to say. First, on competition-friendly industrial policy in general, through the example of China, on pharma, COVID vaccines, and pharma more generally. And I think these lessons are relevant also more generally. Obviously, for EU defense policy, next to increasing spending, NATO wants us to spend 2% of GDP on defense. They are not wrong, but it's obvious that synergies within the EU defense industry is a low-hanging fruit. We always say that Russian GDP is roughly equal to Spanish GDP, but then we say GDPs don't win wars. Armies do. Well, it's time to have more coordination in Europe on that front. This being said, I think the need for pragmatism and agility can be unavoidable when talking about competition and industrial policy. Um, Geopolitical or health emergency development may require competition policy to accommodate new industrial policy requirements like strategic autonomy, for example. But in a sense, we saying, look, it should be done in Europe. Well, it's a bit like services of general economic interest. You can have, you do have competition policy provision that combine the, the provision of public services with measures that ensure that there is sufficient competition to have cost-effective provision. It's particularly important at a time of severe budget tensions due to demographics, aging, and the need to embark on costly climate and digital transitions. So, in that sense, all these objectives are complementary to competition policy. The same for green transition. Subsidies can go hand in hand with competition policy and state aid control, and one can combine competition rules while ensuring a level playing field, for example, through carbon border adjustment mechanisms. It's much better than relaxing competition rules on merger control, for example. The experience of the 2008-2009 financial crisis is yet another example where the use of competition policy has proved a very helpful safeguard. I was looking at that when I was at the central bank of Belgium. State aid control provision were adjusted at a time where bailouts were unavoidable to preserve financial stability, and compromises were designed to that help save taxpayers a lot of money on banks that suffered during the systemic crisis but were sound enough to recover and to repay the bailout with a significant premium for taxpayers. For example, in Belgium, KBC, which is quite a solid bank, but needed help in the Lehman crisis. Well, they ended up receiving subsidies from Belgium and from Flanders up to 7 billion. But in the end, thanks to DG competition, they repaid in total 12. So this was a good deal. So so in that sense, state aid control can be really helpful. Now, a final question in my allotted time, I understand. The Who should have a say on what, and what should remits be? With Jean Tirole and Ian Jewett, we argued in the past in favor of consistent, clear, and focused missions. I think mission creep is dangerous, can get agencies into trouble, since incentives can be blurred and skepticism against overpowerful agencies can loom large. That's similar in a sense to central bank. When they received their independence, it was coupled with a mission derived in the political sphere of 2% inflation. And then with the banking union, it was a good idea. They received banking supervision on top of that. Now, this is a difficult mission, banking supervision. And if you fail, politicians like to blame the supervisor. So there are cycles about where you put banking supervision in central bank, out of central bank, and all that. Now they are asked to green the economy, for example, as an additional mission. And of course, it's important to green the economy. This being said, we need to do it in a way that does not endanger the other objective of the central bank. So, for example, the idea of lowering capital requirements on green projects, I don't think is a good idea. Better increase the capital requirement on brown projects so that you do not endanger the financial stability mission by asking for a greener economy. So we should keep the consistency in mind of the set of tasks given to different authorities, and in this case also competition authorities. And ideally, what you want to do is to ask them to offer public advices which follow clear competition principles, and then you allow competent political authorities to decide on following that or not under the famous comply or explain principle. Basically, this will allow for a sustainable set of policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. And I think that really shows the quality of a conference like that and the scope of what we can think about. So, good morning. I want to thank very much the Belgian Competition Authority and the FPS Economy for organizing this competition day. It comes, I think, at a very important point in time. The discussions today are absolutely crucial, since it has already been stated in the Minister's speech by Séverine, and thank you very much for that. The times that we live in, they, on the one hand side, needs us to consider what are the new tools that we need and how to use the tools that we have in ways that preserves the fundamental dynamics. Because we do operate in uncertain geopolitical times. We operate, obviously, that is not new, in an ever-changing world. But I think most people would agree that it is as if the changes are accelerating. And where we are right now, with war in Europe, with conflict, with inflation, with economic rivalry, with entering out of a pandemic, well, all of that has made us consider how can we sort of fast forward our work? How can we make sure that competition law enforcement contributes as it should to an economy that works for people? As a union, we need to be open, competitive, and resilient at the same time. We want to minimize our dependencies in strategic sectors, and competition policy is key to achieve all of that. I think the role of competition policy should be clear, because the enforcement of competition policy, well, it protects about the market petitioning. It keeps the single market together. It prevents the fragmentation, whose bad effect we know so very well. Because a single market that is open, that is competitive, well, that makes sure that everyone with talent, with a business idea, with work ethics, they have a fair chance of making it. Where small businesses are not afraid of being squeezed by the big powers of large companies. But of course, competition law enforcement is just one piece of the puzzle. Resilience doesn't come from competition law enforcement alone. It also requires that powerful companies are prevented from distorting competition and protecting their own position. So the single market is not enough. Because if a market is competitive, well, then EU businesses, big as well as small, they have diversity in the supply chain. They know that if one supplier fails, they can get another one. And if one customer fails, they can get a new one. In recent years, new threats have emerged. So, in addition to resolute competition enforcement, we have taken steps to protect the single market with new instruments. And I would want to say a few words about exactly that. But first, I think, and foremost, a word about the role of competition law enforcement, and here echoing the Minister's speech. Because competition companies can scale up and take full benefit of the single market when they are not hindered by anti-competitive barriers. In his report, Enrico Litta's message was clear. Companies must be able to take advantage of the single market to scale up and to innovate. And obviously, undermining competition principles does not achieve this. Competitiveness is born out of free and fair competition, not engineered by distorting competition rules. No matter what other initiatives, never give up on competition, because it will make any other initiative less effective. So, competition law enforcement is the single market's line of defense when we combat conduct that petition the single market. I think recent cases have shown that with direct relevance for consumers when we enforce in sectors like beer, hotel, video games. And when we talk about advocacy for people to see the benefits of competition, the best advocacy that we can do is to enforce competition rules. For people to see that action is taken to protect their interest. Because then you make real the promise of the single market. A single market that may be somewhat invisible for the individual customer if you're in your local market. So, with its ability for companies to have a fair shot in an open economy with free competition, we also foster competitiveness when we tackle conduct that raises barriers to entry, raises rivals' cost, or that dims the prospects of expansion. But competition policy and its enforcement is not something you do in isolation. It takes a village. And it has been 20 years now since Regulation 1/2003 came into effect. Reg 1, among friends, decentralized competition law enforcement. It empowered national competition authorities to apply Article 101 and 102 of the treaty in full. As a result, it increased our collective enforcement strength by an order of magnitude. It increased our casework. Between 2004 and 2023, national authorities have launched more than 3,000 investigations based on EU competition rules. I find that to be an extraordinary achievement, and it has profound results. One result has been the growing roles, obviously, of national competition authorities in enforcing competition law. I think as a rule of thumb, about 85% of decisions, they are taken due to European competition law, they are taken by national competition agencies. And another result of this very strong enforcement practice is that the Commission can focus resources on cases where we are the best place to do the enforcement work. The European Competition Network, as you know, another child of Reg 1, allows the national authorities to coordinate. And I think it has proven to be a very vital tool to share experience, to ensure convergence, to make sure that we are indeed able to act as one enforcer. And also, of course, to allocate cases. Typically, the Commission would be best placed to handle pan-European cases, the ones that are most directly threatening to the single market's integrity. And this, of course, includes cross-border cartel enforcement, antitrust cases with a European or with a global dimension. And the ECN is a key piece of the institutional framework created by Reg 1. If you want to foster the conditions for a single market with 27 member states, well, you need to have member states applying the same rules in a consistent manner. And I think that is one of the great achievements of the last 20 years, that this has been possible. And it has been possible because the European Competition Network is not only a network of institutions, of national authorities, it's also a network of people. People who take upon them the responsibility of leading their authorities and take the responsibility of being open actually to share experiences, to take other people's practices with them back home and share them and use them. And I think that is the real magic that has led to the result that we have achieved in those 20 years, with an institutional setup and with a mindset of the people who brings it to life, to really to learn, to share, to make sure that we can act as one enforcer. When faced with new challenges, we both need to revisit the tools that we have and look for new ones. And that is exactly what we have been doing in recent years. The Digital Markets Act, the Foreign Subsidies Regulation, well, they are designed to protect fair competition within the single market, and they address two relatively novel risks. The Digital Markets Act addresses the fundamental risks of the platform economy. The risk that a handful of players are being able to close the gates to the digital marketplace because of network effects, because of data accumulation, because of marginal cost approaching zero. And because of that, they can make their position incontestable. If we just let go and say, okay, fine, this is a result of new market dynamics, well, we actually take away the chance for smaller players to make it. We lessen the incentive of innovation. Because if we accept that some should be not contested, well, we also accept that they should not have the drive to innovate and that others should not have the drive to compete against them. And that obviously has a consequence. Prices will go up, choice and innovation go down. So the Digital Markets Act prevents digital gatekeepers from engaging in the most damaging conduct for other business users and for end customers. It ensures contestabilities. It ensures fairness in digital markets. And as you know, digital markets, they influence other markets. Now we have entered into the very concrete implementation and enforcement phase of the Digital Markets Act. For months, we engaged with gatekeepers and stakeholders to promote compliance, to encourage testing, to encourage engaging in the marketplace in order for compliance to be a thing of the day. The DMA came into force 7th of March. That was Compliance Day. I think 2 weeks later, we launched investigations into suspected non-compliance by 3 of the dedicated gatekeepers, that be Alphabet, Apple, and Meta. So as you can see, enforcement is in full swing, because enforcement is the best advocacy for people to see that you take action, for them actually to have the benefits of legislation being passed. Another new tool is the Foreign Subsidies Regulation, which I know is discussed quite a lot. This piece of legislation addresses another novelty or another dimension when it comes to ensuring fair competition. And this is to address the external challenge to our competitiveness and our resilience. Activities or acquisitions in Europe infused by distortive subsidies, well, obviously they impair our market's competitiveness. They destroy level playing field and they weaken our economic security. We are committed to an open single market. You're welcome to come to Europe and to do business. But there is one rule book. Doing business in Europe must be based on fair competition, reciprocity, level playing field. And I do hope that events of the last week have shown that we will use this piece of legislation. We will enforce vigorously. We will do what we can with the legislation that we have been given. We've launched a series of investigation in quick succession. We already closed our investigation into the Chinese train manufacturer CRRC after it withdrew from a Bulgarian public procurement procedure. But we continue to investigate bids by Chinese companies in public procurement for solar parks in Romania. Now we are also investigating subsidies in wind energy projects in the EU as such. And a couple of days ago, we carried out the first inspection under the foreign subsidies regulation in the security equipment sector in several member states. So I hope that you see that we are on it. We are on our mission to enable the single market to deliver what it should deliver, an open marketplace, and because of that, choice for consumers when it comes to price, affordability, innovation, quality. We will tackle distortive subsidies from whenever in the world they arise. But obviously, since this is a union based on the rule of law, on the basis of evidence and in respect of our international engagement and commitments. We have focused on our enforcement measures. But I also want to recognize the feedback that we get from the business community, from companies, from stakeholders who engage with us, who speaks with us, who helps us with numbers and data and evidence. These new tools, they're here to foster compliance. That is the point. The point is not that we want to use the deterrent that we have. It may be necessary, but the point, obviously, is for compliance to be manifest, for markets to be open. And we have seen some changes. As said, the Digital Markets Act entered into force after months of engagement with gatekeepers. And if you take out your phone already today, you will see that you have choices that you did not have before. Choices that empowers you as a consumer to take decisions as to what kind of device you want to have in your hand. Because you can get rid of apps that you don't want. You can choose your preferred default setting in a much easier and obvious way. You have better control over your data because of less data combination. And all of that is good news. The foreign subsidies regulation has brought us a bit more notification than we initially expected. But I think our practice has already shown that using the tool do not discourage investment within the European Union or coming to the European Union. Investors initially feared, it came back to us, they were concerned, will this be bureaucracy? Will this be red tape? Will this be very time-consuming? But companies that has gone through the notification system, I think they have found that they have a swift outcome and they have a clear outcome. Looking just a bit ahead, well, I think there is really a lot to look forward to. We have the Olympic Games in just, few weeks, few months. Paris is all getting ready to welcome everyone from this planet. And I think that should inspire us. We have the greatest competition in the world in Europe. There is an Indian boxer. She's called Mary Kom. She's a former Olympic champion in bronze in London 2012. She has won many fights in her career. And she's quoted for saying, never buy gold, simply earn it. I wouldn't pick a fight. And that is actually what we are trying to do here. All companies, wherever they come from, they are welcome to do business here in Europe. We just ask them to earn their position here, that they don't buy it doped with foreign subsidies. Because doping cannot foster competitiveness for anyone. Take the doping away, you do not have a competitor, you have a wannabe athlete in need of a boost. And the same goes for competition. We want competition at home to foster our industry's competitiveness at the global stage. That being said, obviously it leaves room to fix market failures, but that is a different story for a different speech. The foreign subsidies regulation is obviously just one way to deal with a specific set of subsidies within the Union. There are other instruments that needs to be used in full force. The trade defense instruments, foreign direct investment screening, export controls. We have the 4 economic security apparatus as well. The goal is to combat subsidies competition in order to restore fair competition. So looking at the world, are these tools enough? When people ask that question, looking at the world, are our tools enough? Back in the days, sometimes they said no. Because they said there is a risk that competition will be taken on the back of environment, or it will exploit workers, or there will be health risks if competition is allowed to run wild. So we framed the market with legislation against child labor, for better working conditions, for environmental protection, to make sure that we can drink the water and breathe the air. So it's not a new thing that sometimes we need to frame the market. And maybe this is also where we are right now, to boldly think about how can we renew the international commitment to fair competition. It has many aspects. I think, obviously, we need to tackle subsidized firms that distorts competition. A good example of that is the transparency dialogue we have with the United States in the area of subsidies for the production and the establishment of huge forgeries for the production of semiconductors, because transparency is the first step. But beyond the step-by-step work to fight subsidies when they are not legitimized by market failure, we also need to restore trust. That competition does not take place in a way that minimizes trust, that minimizes the resilience that should come from fair competition in a well-working economy. Trust in the products and the technologies that are being sold to us, that they will serve us well. In the G7 and other partners, well, we are developing rigorous market standards. But maybe instead of doing it one by one, we should do it together. Develop criteria for trustworthiness. Criteria for trustworthiness. They could take into account factors like sustainability, cyber and data security, labor rights, transparency principles. Because the point is that if jurisdictions take their individual measures, we limit the market, and the price tag for trust becomes increasingly big. The more we come together to insist that we want trustworthiness for the things that we buy, the price tag becomes smaller because the market becomes bigger. And we can have competition in actually fulfilling the criteria for being able to trust the products that we buy. So if we converge with like-minded partner on criteria for trustworthiness, there is a lot we could achieve. More secure supply chains, and as said, companies who want to apply to trustworthy criteria, they could scale up. So, in other words, we would add on the tools that we have to boost competitiveness at home as well as globally. And that would complement that the world is also moving together in order to secure competition law enforcement. And when you look at that, initiatives in the US, in the UK, in Canada, in Korea, in Japan, what you see is that the biggest advocacy for competition is competition law enforcement, for people to have the benefit in the marketplace, and for businesses to have the benefit in the marketplace, that you have a fair chance of making it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for this profoundly and holistic, holistic speech. I think there is some time for a few questions, so I'll leave the audience ask maybe 3 or 4 questions, and then we'll head for the coffee break. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Are there questions in the audience? Please raise your hand. I see one hand on the right-hand side.
No one else asked a question. Get the journalist to ask one. My name's Lewis Crofts. I'm a journalist with MLEX. I get paid by the questions I ask. Commissioner, it's that time of the political cycle where lots of other people have their views on what competition policy should be and where it should go. Former Italian prime ministers and current French presidents. I wanted to ask what you thought of what the French president said yesterday about competition policy being loosened for certain strategic industries, about competition policy actually worsening fragmentation inside the single market, and also about the Letter report and his views on telecoms mergers. Do you think there's any merit in the ideas being presented by Mr. Letter and Emmanuel Macron? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I haven't studied in detail the Macron speech yet, so I will not comment on that. And I think also it's important not to make it a back and forth. But I will say what I have said many times before, which is that if you want big companies to serve consumers, well, big companies need to compete against one another. We have seen very little pan-European competition within the telco sector. Yet we are already at a stage where in most member states we have 3 competitors. I think that is the rule in 15 member states. In another 7 we would have 4 competitors, and for the rest we would have 5. So it's not that the markets in every member state are not to some degree concentrated. The point is to say that there is nothing to suggest that even more concentration in national markets would give better results for consumers in terms of prices, innovation, or infrastructure. I think the push should be for a real European single market when it comes to telco. We tried in the Juncker Commission to harmonize spectrum management, and we failed pathetically. Then we tried to harmonize spectrum management, and we failed, but not so much. Which means that spectrum management is still something that is a very national endeavor with very, very little, if any, coordination. But maybe because we have been discussing the telco sector for so much the last 5 years, the time has come to have a much more coordinated view of spectrum management, because that is one of the main keys to ensure efficiencies that would make it attractive to have pan-European consolidation. And then, of course, one needs to revisit to make sure that the regulation that we have is indeed one regulation. Because since we have national markets in Europe when it comes to telco, we also have, obviously, very strong national regulators. So it would not only be a market change, it would also be a cultural change. Usually I'm a favorite of choosing difficult routes, because very often they are more effective than sort of quick fixes. That seems to be well functioning right now, but will have maybe negative effects on a more long run. So that has been my point of view based on economic history, the cases that we have had, and the most recent one, the Hutchinson case, also being confirmed in court. I think it was very interesting what we heard about industrial policy that supports competition. I do think that it is possible. We have an industrial policy in the Union, endorsed by Council and everything, and the purpose of that industrial policy is for European businesses to be the leaders in the green transition and in the digital transition. Because that leadership will also enable them to compete at a global scale. And as I try to take you through, we fight for that vigorously with competition measures to make sure that they are not unfairly opposed by other companies, while at the same time, where there is a market failure, we have tools to repair that. Not only do we have the temporary crisis and transition framework that focuses on specific sectors for the transition, we also have the important projects of common European interest. Soon we will be able to approve an IPCI within health. We also have another one in hydrogen that is in the pipeline. And these projects enables member states to support businesses for cutting-edge innovation. And in that, of course, also indirectly to support the setup of manufacturing capacity, because the business do not have to bear the full cost nor the full risk of their innovation processes. And I think that balances things quite well. I also hope that for the next mandates that one can make good of an growing European defense industry. With the kind of demand that will materialize in the coming years, there should be plenty of room for growth. What would be important, and we made in the Commission a strategy for that quite recently, is that part of that growth in budgets actually benefits the European ecosystem. I think in the year when it's not sort of the calendar year, but year 2022 to 2023, 100 billion euros was used for defense equipment. 80% of that was supplied from outside the European Union, and 60% of that, so 60% points, was for the US. So plenty of room for that demand to focus on a truly European defense system. I don't think that there is any need to bend or change competition rules for that to be achieved. I think there is room for pro-competitive mergers, of course, with the view that this needs to be a European defense industry and not a defense industry that has a nexus only in few countries. So I think we have a lot of interesting things ahead of us. I'll just repeat my point that no matter what you do, never give up on competition. Because if you give up on competition, your initiatives, they will not be effective. A subsidy given to someone who doesn't feel the competitive pressure is a less effective subsidy than a subsidy given to someone who feels that they have to make the absolutely most efficient use of that subsidy in order to survive fair competition. So I think we have an interesting debate ahead of us. I just think that what we can do as the competition enforcement community is to enforce our rules and tell the story, because enforcement is the best advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Vestager, for this inspiring speech and response to the question. So I can invite you all now to the coffee break, which will be short, given that we've been overriding a little bit on time. But I suggest that we are back here at 10:40. So this leaves you 15 minutes for the coffee break.
gaan straks echt in de namiddag veel strikter moeten zijn. We gaan straks veel strikter moeten zijn in de namiddag of we gaan Maar eigenlijk zullen vooral de dingen al moeten binnenkomen. Ik ga gewoon beginnen. Ja, de panelleden zijn er. Ik ga denk ik stilletjes aan beginnen. Hello everyone. I think it's now 10 to 11, so I think we will start with the second theme of today, which is national competition policy for the digital economy in the post-DMA context. And we heard Commissioner Vestager already with some, telling about the fact that the DMA is now, it's rolling, it's out there, the Commission is already taking actions, so the coming weeks and months and years will be very, very interesting for us to see how all things go there. Now this section or this theme is split into two parts. So before we will turn to the panel, I have the pleasure to introduce Eduardo Salvador from Idea Consult. Eduardo, you can already come to the stage. Eduardo and his colleagues, they have executed a study on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs on the digital situation in Belgium. I will leave it up to Eduardo to give all the details because we're already running out of time. So it's a really important study, and he did this in close collaboration also with Professor Alexander de Streel from the University of Namur and Dr. Christian Heuveneers here also in our audience. And these are two assessors also from the Belgian Competition Authority. So not only they can complement the team of Idea Consult from the academic perspective, but also from the enforcement side. So, Eduardo, floor is yours.
Oh my God, getting applause even before even starting. So I have control here. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Eduardo. I'm a digital expert at Idea Consult. I'm excited today to present you this study on the Belgian platform economy, which has been conducted for nearly 1 year by a team of dedicated researchers. This study is the result of a collaboration between Idea Consult and renowned experts and was commissioned by the SPF Economy. Idea Consult is a research-based company located in Brussels and mainly working in economic and societal policy challenges. Within the Idea Consult team, we have myself and my colleague Olivier Brolis. I'm then a digital expert. These last years, my works have encompassed many aspects of digitalization, including platforms and the Belgian e-commerce landscape. I'm also lead data scientist at Idea Consults. Olivier Brolis is expert on labor markets and socio-economic policies, social enterprise, and also visiting professor at UC Louvain in the fields of statistics and social economy. For the legal aspect of the study, we worked hand in hand with 3 researchers. Dr. Christian Heuveneers, currently judge at the Belgian Competition Authority and expert at Auxerre. Many of you probably know Christian Heuveneers. He has such a rich background, including role at the Société Générale, Bureau fédéral du Plan, Conseil central de l'économie, and the Belgian Competition Authority. Dr. Alexander de Streel is professor of EU law at University of Namur, College of Europe and Sciences Po Paris, and academic director at the think tank and Center on Regulation in Europe. He has been working on this project with Florian Jacques. He's teaching assistant and PhD student in ICT law at University of Namur also. We extend our gratitude to Julie Léonard from the SP Economy, which has provided invaluable advice and contribution throughout the entire project and was fully dedicated to ensuring its successful execution. Also special thanks to Pauline Nerman, senior editor at Retail Detail, because she was offered so much insight about the dynamics of competition within the online retail sector. Also, Nestor Dersch-Brown, we started our conversation with him about the way we should frame this approach. In particular, we discussed about the many difficulties in finding quality data about to measure platforms. We are so appreciative of the dialogue with Paul Belflam, which enhanced our understanding of the complex competitive landscape in which platforms evolve. Okay, let's start to the study. A few words of context. We have these online platforms that emerge and offered a lot of new opportunities for business and innovation. However, some characteristics in the platform economy makes that, including because of many self-reinforcing dynamics, result in a few players becoming major access points to digital markets. And users then can become dependent on these platforms, which in turn creates breeding ground for anti-competitive and unfair practices. To address these challenges, many regulations, such as the DMA, have been put in place in the last years. The objective of this study then was to assess if the regulatory framework in the Belgian market for Belgium on platform is sufficient to ensure fair competition. And that requires at least two elements: knowledge on the regulatory framework and knowledge on the Belgian platform economy. Which leads me to this slide that shows how the study was calibrated. To build that knowledge, the study operates along two main pathways. The first one is exploring the Belgian market. We started by asking ourselves, well, do we have gatekeepers within the Belgian markets? First question. We know that now we designed some gatekeepers that are designated at the EU level, but we could also have some local gatekeepers controlling smaller segments within the market in Belgium. So that's a question that arose quite quickly. And of course, can we observe anti-competitive and unfair practices within our market? Then the question, of course, is our regulatory framework, is it well equipped against such practices? When we look at the Belgian market, the first thing we see is that is a haze of unknowns or knowledge on major platforms operating in the market, and their influence is frankly quite limited. Even if we know the really big actors, as I said, some platforms can be gatekeepers in smaller segment of markets. The study goes through different steps. We start by mapping the market, mapping as many platforms as we can, and then to try to derive some metrics to identify those with significant market power. This is a difficult task. In other words, Margaret Vestager just said, there is a handful of players that close the gates to digital markets. But you have different types of gates, right? For different types of paths. Sometimes paths can be smaller. And this is interesting also to explore. That's what this study tries to do. Next, we conduct a competition analysis within 5 critical sectors to understand competition dynamics and dependencies that businesses might have on these platforms. Finally, we focus on identifying problematic practices that business users face. In parallel, the other pathway is the regulatory framework. We do that in a broad sense. We start through desk research, in which we document all cases we can find on anti-competitive and unfair practices that have been identified everywhere. The study proposes a categorization of these practices and a more detailed analysis of a handful of them, a handful cases, sorry. We explore exhaustively the regulatory framework, which means here identify all regulation applicable to online platforms in Belgium and the EU. Finally, we also get inspiration from other countries through a legal benchmarking. We look at legislative initiatives that affect platforms in 5 other countries: Germany, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, France, and Italy. Once we've done this, we come back to the problematic practices that we were able to identify in Belgian market throughout our Belgian market exploration. And with our understanding of the regulatory framework, we can maybe answer our research question, which is Belgium well equipped to handle problematic practices and ensure fair competition? And finally, we hope to deliver some recommendation. As you say, this is a long study, and we won't cover all parts of the study since it would be too lengthy. So we'll show you some sections of it and provide some teaser, maybe to encourage you to explore it further on your own. So let's start with a few slides on the exercise on the mapping of the Belgian platform economy. Here, our goal is simple: is identify the major platforms active in Belgium and pinpoint those with significant market presence. We start by exploring many types of players, and we are able to identify more than 350 platforms operating in the Belgian market. Then the second step is try to attach them some measure, some metric. That is complicated because there are many challenges out there. The data is almost always unavailable. Public data sometimes exists. You can find some list of platforms, but then you cannot really understand, you don't have a measure of their activity. Also, we know the platforms are not obligated to disclose operational data. You can have, of course, some annual reports that they disclose, but you really be able to find data for a specific segment and a specific service. So, for instance, you have Amazon that show you a turnover for Germany or for different services like AWS, but you difficultly, well, it's hard to get Amazon in Germany, AWS in Germany, and so on. And it's even harder to get that for the Belgian market. Then another problem is the quality of indicators. The DMA bases its criteria for defining gatekeepers on the number of end users and commercial users of a platform. Well, these indicators are clearly not available and very difficult, if not impossible, to obtain for Belgian markets. Yes, and of course, one big major issue is the market delimitation. Because as I already said here, I think some platforms may look small, but they could actually be gatekeepers in their niche. I'm going to show you now some classifications that this study shows. First, that is a quite classical way of analyzing e-commerce. So in this ranking, you're going to see the top players, and by top players, I mean here top e-commerce stores in Belgium. What is interesting is that, well, these are stores, so why do you have platforms in here? Well, basically because the platforms that appear here are also stores, which means that they sell their own products and at the same time they sell the products of third parties. So at first glance, it might look counterintuitive to see these metrics because they not measure the activity of marketplaces, which are the relevant platforms here. Nevertheless, the top positions of a few companies also operating marketplaces show something significant. They show that the fact that this company show that it is demonstrative of their ability also to use their marketplace advantages. They benefit indeed of network effects and increased visibility because they operate a marketplace, so there are more digital traffic in their ecosystem. These companies can also give their products a prime placement, and that's something that has been reported also in our problematic practices section. And then they can leverage the use of data. Of course, they analyze vast amounts of data from third-party transactions, and they can optimize their own sales in that way. On the other hand, this classification, this analysis shows us interesting other trends, which is, you see these actors, MediaMarkt, Shine, and IKEA. Well, these are not platforms, but their intent to get into the platform markets by integrating marketplaces soon in their own environment, which means they also understand the many benefits that being a platform offers. Okay. When we look at the shares by product category, we have Bol.com, of course, that stand out in various segments. Amazon, well positioned in electronics and media. And Zalando, which sells an incredibly amount of footwear on its own brands. As I told you, to fully grasp the economic significance of this company, it would be crucial to consider also third-party transactions. The sum of first and third-party transactions gives you another metric that we call the gross merchandise value, the GMV. We don't have this data, unfortunately, for the Belgian market. But imagine you take, for instance, Bol.com. Well, we have an estimation that in the Netherlands and in Belgium combined, the GMV of Bol.com is 2.5 times greater than its first-party revenues, which means that if this ratio was to be used for Belgium, you could multiply these numbers by 2.5 to estimate the real share of online transaction that goes through this market. Okay, this first classification has a big problem, is that actually we can measure how platforms that have a store are positioned. But actually there's a lot of platforms out there that are mainly platforms. So we turn into another type of metric to understand. Here we use web traffic analysis. There are really interesting tools out there like SEMrush, which is a search engine optimization tool. And they allow us increasingly more each day to be able to track the traffic on the internet and associate them with domain names. Here we can say, we can analyze where the Belgian users go simply and what domain name they decide to visit. So in here we are able to select the different marketplaces. We are still in the e-commerce environment. And we can then, this analysis shed light to new actors. So we still have Amazon, Bol, and Zalando that appears here, but we now can see some other type of platforms like like C2C platforms, for instance, Tweedehands, which is really important in Belgium, and eBay. We also see the accommodation and travel platforms are appearing, TripAdvisor, Booking.com, so on. We went a little bit further, Yes, we decided to go further. So we combined our web traffic analysis with a technique involving keyword analysis. And in this way, we were able to derive other classifications and delimit market segments, which is the hardest thing probably to do. This is not a perfect technique, of course, but so the technique goes as follows. First, we start with a pathway identification. We examine the keywords that lead internet user to websites. These keywords can be considered are not just search terms, but also pathways leading to websites. And the keywords carry information about not only activity, but also the user intent. If the user goes in a website to buy something, to sell something, so on. So with this analysis, we are able to map certain keywords to particular types of activities. And then we allow for segmentation of the market. We utilize then the correspondence of keywords to identify both direct and indirect competitors within each segment. You know that this is not an analysis that is not gonna deliver only platforms. You're gonna get domain names associated with simple web stores, as well as the meta search platforms, which are not really platforms, but meta search websites, which are not really platforms, but are still competitors to them. And then finally, the traffic quantification. We can assess the significance of each platform in a given market segment by measuring the web traffic attributed to the relevant activity-based keywords. Sorry, this is a little bit technical, but after that, I'll stop with the technicalities. But I give you an example. Maybe it's easier that way. Let's take, for instance, the case of the online real estate market in Belgium. So we have in Belgium many platforms offering intermediation for classified ads in the real estate market. Some are specialized, like ImoWeb and Zimo.be, but we have also these generalist platforms like Tweedehands and deuxièmemain.be that offer such services, but also other services. So by identifying a common set of keywords between the generalist and specialized websites, we can identify keywords associated to the real estate activity and thus derive the share of traffic of Tweedehands.be to this type of activity. And consequently, we can try to derive effective market shares for a particular segment. And here we have, for instance, the segment of the real estate advertising market in Belgium. We use that technique to identify many market segments, and if we take the leader of each segment, we get this table. And then we can not only shed lights to new platforms, but we can also show that key players that attracts a considerable share of attention from Belgian internet users. Of course, these results do not allow you to determine the competitive position of a platform, but really show you that the share of attention it gets from Belgian user is quite elevated. Finally, there are other platforms that are really hard to approach, and for those, when for instance you cannot find digital metrics, for those we used surveys and market research done by other companies. And that allowed us to provide estimates in terms of popularity, user engagement. And that way we were able to also map like the social media platforms, their importance for the Belgian population. And we have, for instance, the penetration rates as a metric for these ones. Okay. Then the idea, once you identify some important, some platform with a significant presence in the markets, you are able then to maybe raise flags about saying, okay, obviously we don't know if this market is a gatekeeper, it's impossible, but we can explore further that path, so it gives you direction to go. The second part of the study was intended to follow that logic, so we actually decided to go further into the analysis of 5 sectors. And then what we did is to approach the e-commerce sector in a general way, but then we went more specifically in the hotel industry, the restaurant sector, the vehicle distribution, and the footwear retail. Unfortunately, okay, so I had prepared this slide for you, but the problem is I hadn't timed my presentation at this moment, so I have to skip this, so I'm sorry. Okay, so here a few words about what we did and not the results of the study, because it's quite long. So, study conducted a competition analysis in these 4 sectors. So it was, well, first the slides were about e-commerce, and this is the 4 remaining sectors. For each sector, what we tried to do is get a sense of what are the different channels for business users to reach their clientele online. What are the main platforms out there, and how they evolved in recent years? What share do they have on these channels? What are these platforms perceived? How are these platforms perceived by business users? So, in the study, there are a lot of quotes, feedbacks from business users about the web. Actually, it's sector representative that gave us this information. So it's incorrect to say business user, but people that talks for business users. We also explore the question of dependence of business users towards the platform. And then we also adopted a theoretical approach to understand the impact of platforms' activities on the traditional value chain of this sector, the value chain, the porter value chain, including an exploration of commoditization. We also explored and another section, the dynamics of platform concentration in the case of marketplaces. And we covered broadly the role of data, vertical integration, economies of scope, switching costs, and other barriers to market contestability. So this explorative section is really, really richly documented and incorporate the feedback we've got from our many contributors. But as I say, fortunately, we're not going to cover the results in here. Okay, what we can say, yes, in any case, what we have observed is that although there are very significant differences among sectors, we have received feedback from our interviewees that clearly show the dependence of categories of users towards one or a handful of platforms. We were able then to gather the feedback on these sectors towards the problematic practices that they experience from these users, and more specifically to the major platform within each sector. For many sectors, we have Booking.com, Uber Eats Deliveroo, Autoscoot24, Bolt.com, Amazon, and Zalando. We then are able to, obviously the study explicit each of these problems identified, and here in this table, we categorized these different practices into broad categories. General complaints first is the high level of dependence, simply. And also something that appeared throughout the study was complaints about the increasing costs of online visibility. It's getting, so that was an entire chapter on that, but I think it's really interesting to see that we have more and more people online, but yeah, it's like you have more traffic, but not specifically more ways to go. So you have congestion happening everywhere. It leaks increased costs in keywords, Google keywords. Then you have increased costs for visibility within the platforms. Sorry, and so on. I mean, this is really an interesting trend. So we are able to group these problematic practices into 4 different types of categories. Problems linked to lack of transparency, for instance, the opacity of algorithmic ranking. Problems linked to vertical integration, abuse and conflict of interest. For instance, concern about Booking perceived dominant position on meta search platforms. Problem links to pricing conditions. So we have, for instance, complaints for Autoscoot24, which has been applying a price annual increase of 20 to 30% for its classified ads in the last years, and many more. Yeah.
5 minutes. Sorry.
5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Regulatory. Okay.
But maybe just to comment, I think a lot of people in the audience know the regulatory framework.
Okay, yes,
the
recommendation
are extremely important.
Okay. Okay, so the study carried out an exhaustive regulatory framework that covers regulation at the EU and the Belgian level, and that we can divide in 2 main categories. The first is the symmetric EU and BE regulations. Symmetrical regulations means that regulation that applies to all companies regardless of their size. Here it includes platform law, consumer protection law, market practices, data law, and artificial intelligence. As for the asymmetric regulations, so asymmetric regulation are those that apply to platforms based on their size or market power. And here we have, of course, the DMA, and in some partially also the DSA. In Belgium competition law, you have the prohibition of abuse of dominant position. That, of course, we also have at the EU level, but we have also the abuse of economic dependence. I'm going to skip these slides. Okay, so that's a few words about this. This is the list of antitrust cases that led to the obligation under the DMA. So you find in the study this list with the detailed cases. We went through a legal benchmarking. I think this part is quite rich. I mean, it's quite important, but also the recommendations. I'm a little bit.
But I think we will jump in the panel on the recommendations. So I think that's really the most important part of the.
Okay, let's say that we got a lot of inspiration from legislative initiatives that took place in Germany, in these countries. These are basically the regulation that we found really interesting. And in our recommendation, there is a lot. I mean, the recommendations are really greatly inspired by what we observe in these countries.
Eduardo, just one question already. I guess, and I also raised a question to Julie. I guess that the study will be public in a few. So, I think we will also put the link to your, so that everyone who has not seen part of the presentation is able to raise questions directly to you and the team afterwards. Oh, sorry. It's okay, you can go to the recommendations.
Okay, so still, let's go back to the thread of the study. We have now this regulatory framework that we were able to identify. We can go back to the problematic practices that we had identified in the Belgian market exploration, and we can ask ourselves if we have the necessary legislation to handle these problematic practices. So basically the table that you saw previously with the problematic practices, here they are completed with current regulations that covers these specific problematic practices, and also some recommendations, some useful recommendation. The conclusion is that we find that many of these problematic practices are already covered somewhere in the regulation. Moreover, more of this regulation has been greatly reinforced since 2019. Okay, that being said, let's go back to the recommendation. Let's go to the recommendation. So the recommendation number 1 is to ensure effective application of current regulations. A key issue we offer many recommendations in this regard. So the first one is to make platform users, both professionals and consumers, more aware of the rules. For example, through awareness campaigns that could be run by the FPS economy in collaboration with the European Commission. Such initiatives would empower users to better defend their rights in contractual negotiations with platforms. It's also suggested that Belgian legislators examine the initial outcomes of the application in Italy of a perception of dependence for platform users. It is necessary also to guarantee the technological capabilities of the Belgian public authorities. To this end, we suggest maybe the creation of a center of expertise on digital regulation that could be inspired by the Parent initiative in France. Finally, networking the various regulation authorities could encourage better collaboration along the lines of the UK model with its Digital Regulatory Cooperation Forum, thereby facilitating dialogue, joint analysis of market developments, and a centralized management of complaints. I'll do the recommendation 3 before the 2, if that's okay. So the recommendation 3.2 is about improving the information, the platform economy. So what we clearly see immediately is the lack of information we have about what is going on in the platform economy. So we recommend a more systematic collection and analysis of data and practices. Regarding the information on problematic practices, the BCA and so BCA, of course, is the Belgian Competition Authority, and the DG Inspection Économique of the FPS economy already have platforms which includes the option for anonymous reporting. In this context, rather than developing new tools, the goal could be to maximize the impact of such platforms. On the other hand, the BCA could initiate sectoral investigation to further explore practices within the Belgian market, as he is entitled by the Code de droit économique. When identifying harmful practices, he could address them either by initiating procedures based on competition law, or by proposing new prohibitions or obligations to the legislator. So, while private implementation of economic regulation is essential, there are many challenges that persist, such as the lack of choice between platforms, the often non-negotiable terms of platform membership contracts, and the fear factor also among professional users to the economic dependence on these platforms. So we have many suggestions here. If the better information on harmful practices show that implementation of existing rule is insufficient, then the legislature should consider adopting new rules, as it is the case in other countries. We have many options here that could be first strengthened use of co-regulation and codes of conduct approved by platforms and their users under the auspices of public authorities, like in the case in the Netherlands. The legislature could also consider banning a number of practices that are both easily identifiable and particularly harmful. This prohibition could target some specific economic sectors, like it is the case with the law in accommodation adopted in 2018, or could be applied to all platforms regardless of the sector concerned. But what about local gatekeepers? So the DMA targets gatekeepers at the EU level, but do not apply to gatekeepers on a smaller level, right? Therefore, the question arises as to whether Belgium should adopt similar rules of the DMA at the national level to create more competition in the Belgian market, like does the German competition law. But because creating such competition and such framework requires intense public intervention, the approach we suggest is in 2 steps. We think it might be preferably, initially, to focus the limited resources of the Belgian authorities on the effective implementation of existing regulation, and meanwhile, observing the effect of the implementation of the Digital Markets Act. And once the existing regulation has been effectively implemented, and what we see how the DMA works in practice, the federal legislator could consider adopting some regulation targeting access controller within the Belgian market. And this regulation then would be like the strong regulation of the DMA that changes the market structure. Finally, we suggest Belgium could also strengthen its competition law by enabling the BCA to conduct a market investigation similar to what is done in the UK. So thus, the BCA would be able not only to identify problems in the market, but would be empowered to address them by imposing structural measures. Thank you.
Thanks, Eduardo. And first of all, apologies that we had to squeeze your presentation due to time constraints, but as already mentioned, I think we can, once it's published, people can definitely contact you for further questions. It was extremely relevant also for us as enforcers to have these recommendations. And I think also your study showed that digital economy is much more than the big gatekeepers that the Commission is now targeting. So I think this also is a very important message. Well, and this gives me the opportunity to introduce my fantastic panel. I think this is a wonderful constellation of 4 extremely experienced women in the digital economy and competition enforcement. But I think what binds these 4 women as well is that they are extremely motivated to make this work. I think we all know that there are a lot of challenges ahead of us, complexities, hurdles. And we can complain and we can sit in the corner and we can say, well, it's all not good and so on. But there is another way of tackling this, and that's the positive way, and just try to figure out what is not working and try to find solutions to get it work. And I think this is really binding these 4 women here on the table. And they're representing the different aspects of the society. So you have the business community with Florian de Kerkhoven. Florian, she is responsible for government affairs for Europe at Agoria. And this is the Belgian sector federation for the highly technological industry. So really like also the stakeholders of the platforms of the digital industry. And Florian is also the vice president of the executive board of Digital Europe, which is the trade association of, well, the digital transforming industries. So Florian, welcome. Now we have Ana Sofia Rodrigues. She is a member of the board of the Portuguese Competition Authority. And before that, she was for several years the chief economist at the authority. So she has done a lot of cases. She is now really trying to shape the policy of the Portuguese authority together with her board members and the team. And I think I'm not exaggerating when I say that the Portuguese Competition Authority is one of the front runners when it comes to, well, putting this all in place with papers, with also advocacy, which I think you're really very active also at the ECN, at the ICN. So you will tell us about this all later during the talk. Then we have the pleasure of having Inge Bernards here, who is the director for strategy and policy at the DG competition at European Commission. And I think this can be considered as a bit of a transversal unit, so a very important unit for, well, the policy making and shaping of the future. So Inge was also heavily involved in the DMA negotiations, which we have now up and running. So congratulations, Inge. And it's also I think a unit that is collaborating a lot with the more sector-oriented units, also to make this lively, the policy lively, to interact with the business and with the cases that come up. And then last but not least, we have Dr. Fiona Scott-Morton, who is the Theodore Nierenberg Professor at Yale University School of Management. And well, Fiona, she needs no introduction, but she's a very experienced IO economist with, I think, with some focus also on digital and also healthcare markets. And also important to say that Fiona was, that's, I think about 10 years ago, the chief economist at the antitrust division of the DOJ. So she also knows the side of the enforcers. So many thanks, welcome. I think it's time to kick off. We agreed that we give each of you a few minutes first to give your first impressions, to give your first flavor of what is important from your perspective. So Florian, well, it's up to you.
Yeah, thank you, Ingrid. Hello, everybody. So before starting, I just want to add about Agoria. We represent the digital and the manufacturing sector, big companies, but also very small ones, the majority of our members. And also we represent the big platforms, but also the users of the platform in the digital and manufacturing sector. For us, of course, I mean, it's difficult to take a position for the DMA, but of course we are supporting the DMA, fair competition, and also a fair price for innovative products, creation of new jobs, of GDP, and of course innovation for societal challenges. Now, I was asked most of all to give a global picture about digital. And as you know, digital is everywhere today. So the ICT sector itself has grown by 30% the last 10 years in Belgium. But if we talk about digital experts today, so most of the digital experts work in other sectors than digital. So 60% of digital experts work, for example, in the banking sector, the administration, in the health sector, and so on. So digital is everywhere, and that's very important for the future. Now, talking about competitiveness and competition, competition law, of course, it's important, but that's not, of course, it's not the only element for competitiveness of Europe and Belgium. So I would like to have a broader view and to talk about other factors that are important. And for example, skills. To have a digital expert in Europe and in Belgium, it's key for competitiveness. Today in Belgium, you have almost 10,000 vacancies for digital experts. That's really an essential, critical factor. Second, we need an innovative environment, of course. And if we compare today Europe with the rest of the world, we see that about 10% of top tech companies and of unicorns are European today, compared to the US, where you have the majority of unicorn of top tech companies of China. And if you compare also innovation, R&D expenditures compared to the GDP, in Europe we are 2.2%, in the US 3.5%, and in Japan, for example, 3.7%. So we really have room for growth in Europe, and we have to work on that. Now, another factor that's very, very important to have big companies, tech companies in Europe, it's speed and scale. And how can we speed and scale? We need a single market. And today there are so many barriers between member states. And today only 8% of SMEs trade across one border in Europe. It's not much, so we have to work on that. We have to work on the European capital market, because today, and I think Margaret Vestager said it as well, our money flows to the US, for example, and we have to invest in Europe. And talking about speed and scale, we also, of course, have to work with other continents, such as the United States, for like the Trade and Technology Council, where we work together and speak together to improve a collaboration, for example, for data access, for AI, and so on. So those are different factors that are important. And I would like to focus on certain technologies as well that are key for competition and competitiveness today. And I will mention four key domains: AI, data, cybersecurity, and chips. So we know that data today is key for innovation, also for the DMA, also for the platforms, but everywhere in the economy. And again, sorry, I will compare Europe again with the US, but the market share of data today is 4 times more important in the US than in Europe. Europe is number 2, after you have Japan, China, and others. So again, here we have a huge room for improvement, and we need a new policy for data. AI is also key. It's everywhere. It will contribute to a higher growth. In Belgium, some figures estimate the potential growth with generative AI between 2% and 9%. So it's going to have a huge impact. And again, there is directly a link with the DMA, since, for example, for algorithm pricing tools, AI is used and has an impact on competition, but also its new business models and so on. Cybersecurity, you all know how important it is, also with Ukraine today. I mean, there is an increasing number of cyber attacks. So there are also a lot of European acts about cybersecurity. And again, it's a new sector for competition, but it's also, we have to find the right balance between access to data, for example, and cybersecurity or privacy. And the last one I wanted to mention is chips. A couple of years ago, the European Union adopted the Chips Act. Very good for the independence of Europe. The objective is to double the market share of chips production in Europe from 10 to 20%. But I mean, in a way, it's good to have this European policy, but we have to pay attention to one point, because here the Chips Act allows member states to invest to support chips production. But I mean, it's not fair for some small countries such as Belgium. We don't have the same financial means as resources as the big countries. So we really plead for a European vision for technology, really a European industrial policy. So That's my first introduction.
Fantastic, Florian. I think this was already a lot of food for thought. Now, turning to the enforcers, and of course, the Commission is taking a very important role with the DMA as a centralized authority, but there is also a clear role for NCA. So, Anna, what is your take on first challenges and first, topics to discuss?
Hello, is it working? Yes, perfect. Okay, thank you very much, Greet, and thank you to the Belgian Competition Authority, Axel, Damien, Yves, for the kind invitation to be here. I'm delighted to be in such great company. Also, congratulations on the wonderful event that kick-started so well in the morning. And before going on to the role of NCAs and to discuss what will be in our plates in the post-DMA world, let me start also by celebrating the DMA, which I think is a remarkable achievement, the fact that the EU was able to design, enact, and is now implementing an ex-ante regulation that will bring points of contestability to otherwise entrenched digital platforms and ecosystems. I think it's a great achievement and one that will certainly inspire and inform other geographies that are trying to take a similar path. We also know that the DMA was not developed to substitute, but rather to complement antitrust enforcement in digital markets. So it is not, and it was never meant to be the end of antitrust enforcement in digital markets in Europe. As Florian was saying earlier, we know that digital is persuasive. So first and foremost, there are a number of dominant digital platforms that are not designated gatekeepers, and some of them might actually be more prevalent or relevant locally or in a set of member states. We just had a presentation by Eduardo Salvador showing how diversified this ecosystem can be and how different across geographies within the EU. So these will be beyond the DMA. And there are a number of cases at the national level by national competition authorities regarding anti-competitive practices by platforms that have a more local or regional presence. In Portugal, we have just recently opened a 102 investigation regarding precisely a platform that is dominant in Portugal, which is still, however, confidential. Now, additionally, there's conduct by designated gatekeepers that will remain unaddressed by the DMA, and we have examples already. The Google ATE case in the digital advertising sector is an example. And that is, of course, not to say that the DMA is not fit for purpose or that it was ill-designed. Quite the contrary. It's an ex-ante regulation that builds on what we have the cases we have dealt with, that learn from them, and that therefore aims to address certain conduct by a set of firms that have a given position. And then again, we also know that neither in digital nor in any other sector there is nothing, there is no 100% effective regulation. And also because, not only, but because firms adapt. They adapt also to regulation. They will seek to circumvent regulation and the objectives of regulations, and they will also adjust to market developments. So at some points, you are going to have some kind of mismatch or a gap between firm conduct and regulation, and that is normal. That is not a drama. That is how it is supposed to be. That means that competition agencies and regulation must try to address effectively these gaps. This is basically like a conversation in which neither side has the last word, because as firms adapt their conduct, enforcers react, and regulation keeps catching up. And one might expect, in theory, in digital markets for this gap to be more prevalent or more risky, because it is a very fast-moving sector. And that means that we need more agile regulation and also more agile competition enforcement that together will do a good job in closing all these gaps. And then another example to which Florian has already referred of how things move quickly is precisely AI. And we know that some products and services of AI may be covered by the DMA. We know that some others will not. But we also know that the national competition authorities and the Commission have reacted quickly to competition issues in AI. We try to map the risks, and we are trying to act on them as well. So I think that is good news. Now, this brings me to the role of NCAs. And we know that the Commission is, of course, the sole enforcer of the DMA, assisted by national competition agencies. Then, regarding digital cases beyond the DMA, that will remain a shared responsibility between NCAs and the Commission. And sometimes we hear some voices speaking about some sort of competition between competition agencies for digital. And I think taking that view is, of course, missing in all the achievements that we have made together with the array of cases. And I think Vice President Vestager highlighted that this morning, the array of cases that have been conducted both by national competition agencies and by the Commission. They are working well in tandem to keep digital incumbents in check. And we must also not forget that the objective of national competition authorities and the Commission is to protect competition and consumer welfare. So we must always choose the tool that does that best. So our intervention is guided by consumer welfare and protecting competition alone. So not reputation, not any sort of competition race for digital cases, because that would bring us to some sort of prisoner's dilemma and drive us away from our common objective. And the solution to a prisoner dilemma in this case is cooperation, and it's a legal cooperation, right? And we have the ECN that provides us the tools to cooperate and move towards our joint maximization of consumer welfare at home and in the single market. And I think the Google ad tech case, to which I referred earlier, illustrates the relevance of cooperation. In 2022, the Portuguese Competition Authority opened an investigation centered on Google's self-preferencing practices, such as the last look advantage that could give the firm an advantage in the supply side platform within the ad tech stack. There we benefited from the experience of our French colleagues. And when we formally opened the investigation, then the Commission informed us that it was extending its own investigation to cover the practices that we were investigating. And according to the ECN rules, of course, if the Commission opens such an investigation, it relieves the NCA from its case, and that's why in September that year, the Portuguese Competition Authority closed its case, it passed it to the Commission, and I think that this development will, at least in some cases, and in this case, may give room to remedies that are designed to address concerns at the EU level, and that might yield, in some cases, superior outcomes also for Portuguese consumers. So that's a good outcome from our point of view. And on the other hand, we also need to bear in mind that NCAs respond to the consumers in their member states. And the ECN cooperation there brings us many opportunities of experience sharing, of obtaining information that will, again, as Vice President Vestager said, increase by orders of magnitude the number and coverage of cases that we ourselves can conduct. Now, finally, an area that is very important in terms of the role that cooperation within DCN has to play, and that there will remain a key tool in the post-DMA world, is, of course, merger control. And I think there we made incredible achievements in the recent years, I have to say. within the digital debate, we were able to map the risk that acquisition of potential competitors were going under the radar. This is a problem that is not specific only to digital, it goes well beyond that, so there were externalities that went beyond our digital debate, but it was within this debate that we realized that we needed to devise strategies to avoid that under-enforcement. And the important steps there were the recalibrated approach to Article 22 combined with the information obligations on gatekeepers regarding planned mergers that is envisaged in the DMA. Now, of course, all eyes will be in the ECJ's judgment regarding the position of the Commission, and I think that one way or the other, we must review such mergers because we have seen cases already and seen how impactful they may be. Now, if the position of the Commission is not confirmed by the ECJ, then we will be back to a situation where we have the traditional referrals and the net of notification thresholds at the national level, be it the transaction value from Germany and Austria, the market share from Portugal, Spain, Latvia and Slovenia, and the recently introduced sub-threshold criteria in Italy. And we are going to have to see in that case if that will work in tandem to ensure that no harmful mergers escape our radar. So I think that's an important role for cooperation between SCAs.
Thank you, Anna, and I think already some very constructive and positive elements, and I think you already touched upon the role of the Commission, so I now pass the floor to Inge to react and also to give your own points.
Thank you very much, and also from my side, thank you very much to our hosts here today for having us and for having put in place this wonderful event today. If you allow me, Greet, I'd like to focus first for a couple of minutes on innovation and opportunities, and then turn to enforcement and how we work together, commenting on some of the points which Anna Sofia has made earlier. Innovation and opportunities, these may not be the first words that come to our minds, and it's true that when we talk about competition enforcement, it's often seen by businesses in particular as a sword, as a sanctioning mechanism. But it is also very much an enabler, a safeguard of opportunities. And when I look at the enforcement portfolio of DG Competition, across all instruments, antitrust, merger control, and the DMA, this is what strikes me most, how many of those cases focus on contestability, on keeping opportunities open for businesses of all kinds, startups, as well as established large multinationals. Commissioner Vestager said it in her speech this morning that enforcement is the best advocacy, so let me turn to some of our cases. In antitrust first, if I take the Apple Pay case, it's focused very much on making sure that alternative providers can offer their digital payment solutions on iPhones in competition with Apple Pay. If I take our ongoing Microsoft Teams case, it is focused very much on making sure that Teams competitors can interoperate with business suites for which Microsoft holds a dominant position. And let me take some of our recent merger cases, the much commented on Microsoft Activision Blizzard case, where our remedy ensures that there will be space for others in the nascent cloud gaming market in the EEA, as rivals will be able to benefit for 10 years from a cost-free license on Activision Blizzard's games. In Google Fitbit, we intervened with targeted interoperability commitments, safeguarding the interoperability between Android smartphones and smartwatches competing with Fitbit. And finally, of course, the DMA. And if you allow me to share here first a personal anecdote, which I think is quite telling about the DMA's potential to foster innovation and opportunities. In January last year, the ink of the DMA was barely dry. I was invited to go and talk about the DMA in Silicon Valley, in Palo Alto. And I must admit that on the long flight out there, I was bracing myself for entering the lion's den. But to my pleasant surprise, upon arrival, the room was filled mostly not with big tech defense lawyers, but by venture capitalists who were there to explore which business opportunities the DMA would give rise to and where funding opportunities could, as a result, be created. And the DMA has many provisions which give competitors and business users chances to compete with the most prominent platforms in the EU and to compete fairly on equal terms on those platforms. The most relevant ones are probably the interoperability provision and the App Store provision, and Fiona has written about that latter provision and how it opens a myriad of possibilities for innovation and for new services. Think about specialized app stores for kids or green app stores or what have you. And we see indeed from our dialogue sessions with business users and consumers in the context of the DMA that there is appetite for the development of such alternative services. So where does that take us? Well, in my view, we definitely understand digital markets better now than we did 10 or 20 years ago. And that's in the first place thanks to the extensive enforcement experience that we have across various instruments. It's thanks also to a lot of academic literature, not least in economics, which has been published on this topic and on international debates which have taken place. So we know more. We have better tools in our toolbox. New tools and old tools for which we have developed new theories of harm in mergers and in antitrust, which so far have stand the scrutiny of the courts in Luxembourg. I'm thinking here, for example, of our self-preferencing theory of harm in the Google shopping case. But I would very much also agree with Anna-Sophia that what determines and what will determine ultimately success in this field is not only the instruments, it's also how well we will be able to cooperate as enforcers. How well we manage as an enforcement community to use the complementarity of our tools to the largest possible extent. How well we are able to share expertise, to share results of our investigations, and to coordinate our enforcement actions. There is a lot at stake, of course, for tech firms, and disruptive innovation can ruin their successful business models quite quickly. So they have every incentive to keep barriers to entry high and to raise them further, to keep competitive forces in check. And to counter these risks, the Commissioner said before that we need a village. I would say we need an ecosystem of enforcers, competition law enforcement and agencies. We have a very strong and powerful network with the ECN network within the European Union, which rests not only on structures, but also on very strong personal commitment and personal ties at senior level, at the level of the heads of the agencies, but also at the level of our case teams who on a day-to-day basis cooperate and exchange with each other. Now, I think we will not be alone in this enforcement ecosystem as competition authorities. I think we also need to pay attention that we foster cooperation with other enforcers in related areas. I'm thinking here about data privacy agencies, about consumer agencies, telecoms regulators, media regulators, and so on. And last but not least, I think it is important to keep in mind that national courts are also part of this enforcement ecosystem. Another anecdote, when I was, in the previous century as a member of the bar here in Brussels, working on enforcement of competition rules and regulation in the telecom sector, together with Axel, by the way, for disclosure. A lot of the concrete results and the fast results were achieved not only through public enforcement, but also through private enforcement in front of national courts. And these cases too were complex at the time. So I see no reason why that should not be the case for digital. I understand very well that businesses prefer to do business, that that's what they're best at, rather than to litigate. But I do think that when it comes to seizing opportunities, when it comes to enforcing rights, that businesses also need to take their responsibilities, and litigating in national courts can sometimes lead to faster and better outcomes than public enforcement. So an enforcement community and ecosystem, I think that's what we need, and that's what we are working hard on every day, and which is growing its roots deeper and spreading its arms wider with the day as well.
Thanks, Inge. And the good thing for you, Fiona, is that you can already compliment or react on what the three have said already. But I think Inge already touched upon this, and there are indeed your articles on App Store competition. So not only being able to enter one monopolizing store, but to create competition, providing sufficient oxygen between these stores. Okay, well, what's your stake?
Thank you very much for the invitation to be here, and I think it's wonderful that Belgium is using its presidency to highlight this important area of competition. I'm a senior fellow at the Bruegel Policy Institute here in Brussels, and I spent the semester there last fall, and it's delightful to be back again so soon. I mention that because I just wanted to follow up first. Well, first let me say the silver lining of not being in government and working for an important university is that I get to say things that I hope are true and useful, even if they're perhaps not the most cheerful or the things that people want to hear. So I will take that responsibility fairly seriously, and which enforcers cannot do. So I will tell you some things I hope that are interesting and different. Okay, so why did I bring up that I spent the autumn in Brussels? Because I was doing the thing that Inge described. I was looking for, I did many things, but one of the things I was doing was looking for this innovation community that is going to spring up because of the rights that business users have under the DMA, and I could not find it. I am still looking, but this is a grave concern, because if the regulators do everything they can to make a level playing field and to give business users rights, those business users have to step up, and they have to begin the process, or else what is the use of this law? And I know Martin Snoep is here, and the Dutch Competition Authority is holding an event in June exactly designed to promote this, looking for the business users in the member states being helped by their national competition authorities, and I think this is really terrific and necessary. Then secondly, another place that innovation is going to be held back is through the process of enforcement of the DMA. So let me tell you a little bit about some non-compliance that is happening with the DMA. One of the rules is that there's a requirement for third-party app stores. As Griet mentioned, this is a place where you can get some innovation, green app stores, children's app stores, and so forth. Google already allowed these. For Apple, they are new. The compliance by Apple has technically enabled these app stores, but Apple set up some financial incentives to block entry of new app stores. How does that work? If you are the owner of a very large, let's say, popular but free app, such as WhatsApp, Deliveroo, Lufthansa, Santander, these kinds of apps, you pay nothing now, and if you stay exclusively in the Apple App Store, you continue to pay nothing. But if you participate in any of these entering app stores, perhaps you are the winner, you are the most green bank in all of Europe, and you would like to be distributed through the Green App Store. If you distribute even one app through the Green App Store, you then have to pay Apple 50 cents for every user in Europe, including everybody who uses the Apple App Store. Okay, this is millions and millions of euros. I think this microphone is not quite working. Maybe I can borrow yours. Okay, it's fading in and out. Okay, so anyway, the millions and millions of euros must be paid by an app that formerly distributed for free, without any charge. When does that happen? Only if that developer uses the rival third-party app store, not if they stay exclusively with Apple. So this is a financial setup designed to block entry, and that's, of course, not consistent with contestability and innovation. The DMA also requires that the mobile platforms allow disintermediation by a developer. So no gag rule. You can say, we prefer you to buy your content on the web. Here's the link to the web. You can link out. And Apple and Google both somehow have identical fees, new fees for doing this. So somebody who clicks on Spotify.com and goes to the web must pay 27%. Instead of 30%, to go out and buy that content on the web from Spotify. So this is obviously a circumvention of both fairness and contestability and harms the ability of the business user to innovate because they cannot keep the rewards of that innovation. Application programming interfaces, APIs, must be shared with business users at no charge on these platforms. The definition of Google Android under the DMA includes Google Play services because this is a lot of functionality that developers use all the time. And Google's compliance report says they can't find any APIs in Google Play services that would fall under this rule, under the core platform service. So this will cause, of course, giant compliance problems going forward. And again, if business users don't have access to the APIs they need, they cannot innovate. And last, we have Meta's offer. I mean, I'm just giving you the egregious ones, not the whole list, of course. The last egregious point I want to make is Meta's offer, which is continuing to track users around the internet, but then charging them money to not have ads. This is, of course, not a compliant offer. And so we will have to see what the courts say, but what these examples provide is, I think, a real existential moment for the Commission. Because if we take 18 months to write a decision about these, a non-compliance decision, then go to court, the companies appeal, they appeal again, and we have 4-5 years going by, will Belgian business users be able to innovate, or will they leave for the United States, or just close up shop and become a consultant? So this is irreparable harm, and when you have this kind of irreparable harm, the enforcer has to, I think, be quite strong. What would that look like? Well, quicker decisions. Secondly, perhaps interim measures, because these are not trivial violations, they are very significant. Penalties that are proportionate, daily fines, starting as soon as possible. And I think it's important to bring a third non-compliance decision for all of these platforms so that the possibility of divestiture is available at a future time. So I will stop there with the negative news, and hopefully going forward we can be more positive.
Yes, and I think it's, I can go back to Inge to maybe react on the last point that Fiona made on maybe the long duration, and maybe her suggestions also. Are these good suggestions or alternatives to make it all a bit more swift and lenient?
Well, first of all, let me say that I agree with Fiona that the lack of compliance by gatekeepers on some fairly straightforward aspects of the DMA, including by Apple, but not only, is disappointing. That's also why, as Vice President said, we have immediately opened 5 cases of non-compliance against Apple, Alphabet and Meta, including on anti-steering provisions, which Fiona mentioned. And of course, we'll try to finish up on these cases as quickly as possible. I think in the design of the DMA, there are a number of features foreseen, which will hopefully allow us to go faster. And we will try to make full use of these possibilities. We're also investigating other issues, including the business model, the new business model that Fiona was referring to for Apple with regard to alternative app stores. And there again, we'll try to move as quickly as possible. But of course, we remain as an enforcement agency also attached to the facts, and sometimes that requires a minimum of market investigation with market participants to establish those correctly. Because for these first cases of enforcement of the DMA, yes, we want to go fast, but also we want to get it right and get our procedures right so that our decisions will be upheld in court.
Okay, thanks, Inge. I think we already also touched upon the importance of innovation. So it's not only about price and quality, but it's also about the future products. And I think, Ana Sofia, at the Portuguese authority, you have done some work also on that, not only so innovation in general, but also on AI, which is, of course, also a key to potential future innovation. So maybe you can go into that a bit further.
Thank you, Griet. And indeed, there are some experiences from the past and challenges for the future that relate to what both Fiona and Inge were discussing. I think a common thread through everything that was said is that contestability is key for innovation. Contestability is at the core of the DMA, and how things will play out depends on whether we can reach it or not, and if we can implement it fast enough. But I must say that I also think that the past month or so has been quick. We have been, filling things. As users, you have been presented with choice screens. You have been asked to give consent to platforms regarding sharing your data with other services that they own. So as users, we're seeing this happening. And at the same time, as enforcers, we're seeing an agile reaction, right, with an non-compliance opening. And I think that's how we can respond at this moment. That will not ensure a good outcome, but that is what is required from enforcers and from regulation. Now, then I was thinking, as I saw all this go by so quickly, that this is, of course, not unfamiliar to us, right? So it is the case that incumbents will try to circumvent a regulation and to thwart the objective. And enacting and implementing effectively a regulation that is aimed for contestability is no easy task. An example is in the financial sector, for example, the 2015 Second Payment Directive, that was aiming exactly, if you read it, the objective was contestability, creating opportunities for entry, promoting competition by new fintech players, right? And there, banks were obliged to give access to their banking data to these startups. And this was something to which we looked at the Portuguese Competition Authority, and right in 2018, we highlighted all the risks of circumvention. Because it is as easy as creating a hurdle in the journey for consent for a consumer. That is enough just to induce a very high dropout rate. So incumbents might exploit consumer biases, details in regulation in order to avoid that. Then another thing that I would like to highlight and to reinforce, according to also what was said, is the importance of listening to firms that are trying to have access to these services and learn from that as you fine-tune regulation. In that particular case of the financial regulation, in 2021 we did a survey of over 120 fintech providers to see how things were acting in the ground, and of course they reported all these barriers and all these hurdles that were being created. And both Inge and Fiona have already mentioned how important it is to listen to stakeholders. I think all the compliance debates at the Commission, the workshops were crucial and very reach in terms of, assisting or having the Commission see how interaction between the involved players and parties was going to take. Fiona has already mentioned the upcoming DMA conference that is being organized by NCAs and where we have the pleasure of partnering up with Martijn and others, and which aims precisely at business users that want to access digital platforms, that want to that might be competing also with gatekeepers, and I think this will be crucial in fine-tuning the regulation. Then again, contestability and innovation and timeliness of response are also key aspects of the challenges that competition law enforcement faces regarding artificial intelligence. And there, what we are seeing is that, as I was saying earlier, the DMA will cover some products and services. It will not cover others. And we cannot still have a very clear idea of what is going to be covered or not because business models are developing. Now, that is leaving us right now with competition enforcement tools to be able to intervene at a crucial moment of time. And that is because the innovation race is taking place and there's a window of time that is closing. As you can see, bottlenecks that are starting to emerge in diverse forms. If you look at The Economist this week, it is mentioned precisely the race for the next top model regarding large language models. But they also highlight that beauty is not enough. And it's already touching upon all the bottlenecks that are emerging. So I think it is wide knowledge now that bottlenecks are arising. And I think on this regard, all the actions that have been taken regarding investigating the partnerships between cloud computing and hardware providers and the providers of generative AI services are extremely good news. Now, regarding the overlaps and how AI will be to somehow dealt with, even if partial, by the DMA, let me give some examples of cases where we can see that happening. First, you can see AI models and AI services that may be qualified under the definition of virtual assistant. So they potentially in the future, they might take the form of core platform services that are covered by the DMA. In addition, generative AI models may be complemented with plugins, which is basically software that allows to expand the features of an AI model. And these plugins, they may be developed by third parties and they must be distributed. So in the future, you may imagine plugin stores being as important as app stores are today in digital, and that may be online intermediation. So there are overlaps there. Then, of course, generative AI may be integrated into existing core platform services. That is very clearly the case in search engines where, next to the search results, you might have answers to user queries that are generated by large language models. This is already done in Bing. So there's a lot already covered, but also, as I mentioned, a lot that is beyond the DMA regarding AI. And I think that's probably where we are going to have to use our toolkit, DMA, competition enforcement in terms of antitrust and in terms of merger control to our full extent to make sure that we are able to get competition right from the get-go in this important market.
Thanks, Anna. Florian and Fiona, I will give you the opportunity to react, but maybe first go to Inge to continue on the enforcer side. So Anna is telling already what the Portuguese authority is trying to do with AI coming, but I think the Commission is also heavily working on that as well.
Yes, indeed, and I very much agree also with what Anna Sophia has said here, talking about innovation and opportunities, AI definitely has a huge potential on the one hand to enhance efficiency, contribute to competitiveness, and enable new possibilities, which are also very relevant from a societal perspective. And the speed at which it is today developing, in particular generative AI, is truly impressive. At the same time, there's rightly a lot of public interest and possible concerns around the topics. I think from a competition dynamic perspective, it's good to see that the market appears today dynamic and competitive with big firms, tech firms engaged in a race to provide the most performative generative AI systems. So we've seen this week some of the impact on stock markets when it comes to their investments in AI. But there are also independent firms bringing promising results, including here in the EU, so one field not to be as pessimistic about. But we know also from the past that dynamic competition, the nascent market, is not necessarily a guarantee for competition once markets are more consolidated. And that's why I fully agree that we need to be vigilant on it. And the best manner, again, to be well prepared is to share expertise. Within the ECN, we are doing that. Indeed, Portuguese authority is looking into issues on AI. The French authority, the Hungarian authorities are doing that. We've launched ourselves in January a call for input on this. We're analyzing the results. And in June, we want to organize a seminar bringing all of this together and sharing it also with industry to hear their perspectives on how they see technology and markets develop and what risks they see. Cooperation, of course, will be important also across the Atlantic. And with the CMA in the UK, who is also looking into it. And I agree very much also with Anna Sofia on looking at the complementarity of our instruments. You mentioned the partnerships that are going on. They are indeed a reason for concern. We know how important big data are, how important computing power are. There are not that many companies in the world who have these today. So looking into their partnerships with labs is extremely important. Now, whether you look at them under merger control or an antitrust, I think the jury is out there. It's important to consider all instruments and to make sure that we compare notes on our analysis.
Thanks. And maybe now first go to Florian, because indeed, and I think also Fiona mentioned it, so the business users have to step up. But do we understand, for example, the needs of innovation? Do we understand how innovation from your perspective works and how it coordinates with the regulation that is in place? So how can we also improve maybe the regulation and the whole context for the business users to, not also to be hampered by the regulation for innovation?
Yeah, thank you for this question and the different interventions. Of course, I think the DMA is a positive initiative, and I think competition law, of course, is very necessary for the economy and the society. Now, I think we also have to be aware of trade-offs in a way, because on the one side, big platforms that have brought a huge opportunities for other businesses, so for growth, for innovation, for market access, and it's important. But on the other side, of course, we have to find a balance with the new actors and for innovation. And I think that's really what we have to be aware of, that this balance is also for the consumer, which choices is going to be able to make, which innovative products, and what about cybersecurity, for example. And I think it's going to be key in the implementation or the enforcement of the DMA. And therefore, the business community, they really need a clear guidelines for the enforcement of the DMA. They need legal certainty. I know it's going to be a bit of time, but that's very important. Also, you should really take into account the specific CPS technologies, because it's not one size fits all, of course. And I think it was mentioned several times, and I think we are very much aligned on that. The success of the DMA will also depend on the contribution of the business community, of course. because you mentioned it, it's very, very difficult to find business actors to talk about the DMA and what opportunity they deliver. So I think this is key awareness raising, guidelines that should be taken, that should be offered to this community. And a last point, which is quite important and a bit broader than the DMA and competition law, is today we have seen like a tsunami of new regulation, that we say sometimes, that you have the digital, the DSA, the DMA, the Data Act, the AI Act, the Cyber Resilience Act, and so on and so on. And I think for businesses, it's quite confusing. It's going to be a bit chaotic. So in a way, you need a national digital coordinator for these different authorities. You will need also like common resources, common expertise, because I think it's not going to be easy for the different administrations to have the necessary expertise. Sandboxing will also be very important in this framework. And I think business, they really need like one-stop shop or clarity about the different new acts.
Yep. I fully agree with you, Florian. I think that the National Competition Authority has an important role to play in educating local business users and making them understand what their rights are and explaining opportunities, and that they can go in the direction, as Inga said, the private lawsuit if this is the best for them and so forth. And for those small firms, they may not have an attorney in Brussels. It may be easier for them to speak their local language at home with the actual managers of the firm being able to go to the authority. So I think this is a really critical role to help innovation. As the new economy grows, I mean, we just have innovation being more and more important because in areas like digital or pharma or health or financial services, this is increasingly the dimension of competition that people care about, is the innovation of the product and not the price of the product. So that makes the competition authority's job harder because everything moves faster, and evidence about innovation is difficult to gather because the products are by definition not invented. That's exactly the whole problem. So this just raises the stakes, and all of the contributions by the enforcers have been highlighting this problem. I think that the local national competition authorities have the ability to help with this, though maybe it sounds on the digital level like they cannot. But I think that both the Belgian Competition Authority can do this thing, but also there's the possibility of enabling a cooperative model. So, for example, if there's an app store that some firms together wish to build, a competition authority can help structure that in a pro-competitive way, and that could promote entry, which I think is very good.
Yeah, but I think I still will take some 5 minutes for you to have a last, maybe future-looking stake. So what is for you really what we have to, as NCAs, but also with the Commission, what will we have to look at? Maybe I will start with, does someone want to start?
I think in terms of major developments that I would highlight, I think I'm very keen on the tool of merger control. I think ex-ante intervention, preventing digital platforms from becoming further entrenched is very important. And innovation in general is an area where potential competition and uncertainty is the source of the dynamics of competition. So I'm very expectant, if I may say, to see if we have reached the solution with Article 22 or not. I think this is going to be a key issue. Now, then, of course, the second key issue will be what we were discussing before. Will we be able to reach contestability with the DMA? I think that is an important test, one that is going to require a lot of effort, as we were discussing. And I'm also expecting to see if we can make that regulation work and if this will translate into actual contestability. Now, these are, of course, challenges that we have discussed, but the ECN collaborates beyond enforcement cases and what we were discussing. And another thing that I would like to highlight here, because there's a lot of work by the ECN that is being done on this regard, is on how competition agencies may use AI as a tool in pursuing more effectively their work. And here I think there's, this is not something new, as AI has been there as a tool for agencies. You have web scraping, you have screening for trying to look for patterns that are suggestive of collusion in public procurement. However, this batch of AI now is going to bring a lot of opportunities, new opportunities. For example, the role of large language models in furthering these tools can be very important. Web scraping is, of course, about collecting a lot of data, and then that data isn't structured, right? And you need to structure that data in order to look for patterns. And large language models can further that, because you don't need to have that unstructured data sitting there. These large language models allow to automatically detect patterns and therefore optimize the tool of web scraping and what we can achieve. Then another thing in which large language models can help competition agencies enforcement is on searching in documents through language processing, of course, for relevant information to inform our cases. And I think that this will be increasingly relevant because some of the cases that we deal today are extremely document heavy in terms of the evidence that we need. And within the ECN, that is precisely what we have been discussing, and also trying to synergize that cooperation into common models, into common software that will allow us to maximize what we can achieve and benefit from the externalities of each other's work.
Great. Maybe?
Yeah, thank you very much, Griet. I think there's 4 points that I would like to make very briefly to conclude from my side. I think the first point is that the digital sector developments raise many challenges, and some of those are related to economic power, to market power, for which competition authorities are traditionally well placed to deal with those. But there are also challenges related, you mentioned cybersecurity already, and security more broadly, democracy, our human values, for which other agencies, I think, are much better placed to look after those. A second element, as you mentioned it also, Florian, that digital is everywhere. The impact that AI, but also other digital developments will have on other industries, if you think about the health sector that Mathias Dewatripont described in his introduction, and how it will be influenced by AI, the insurance sector, mobility, energy services. And I think it will be a real challenge for us competition agencies to make sure that we keep our finger on the pulse of economic market developments, not just in digital and in tech, but in all of those sectors, which are also so much drivers for our economies, our competitiveness, and our well-being. And again, I think because digital is everywhere, also on those issues, we will need to, as competition agencies, talk with sectoral regulators, financial regulators, banking supervisors. And that is why, for these two reasons, I mean, the different lenses through which you look at digital, and the fact that digital is everywhere, which make me conclude that I personally do not believe in the model of a single digital regulator. I think the only way to address all of those challenges is through ecosystem type of agencies working very well together, but also keeping a clear focus on their core business. And I think that is absolutely important and cannot be underlined enough in terms of the architecture, the institutional setup that we will deal need to deal effectively with all of these issues. The third point I wanted to underline briefly is the internal market dimension. Again, the Letta report brought it very much to the fore. I know it's very close to the heart of the Belgian presidency, also of the Council. And here, I think, if you compare it again to the telecom sector, which was analyzed earlier by Margrethe Vestager, there we had a sector where we started with national regulation because of the history of how these sectors first had to be liberalized before markets could integrate. I think with the Digital Markets Act, what we've tried to do is take it from the other side precisely in order to allow European businesses, startups to scale up much faster, is to go immediately for a European regulatory framework. And I would plead in particular also when I hear some of the recommendations resulting from the study for caution that we are not avoiding, with all of the best intentions to brace ourselves for any risk, that we do not fragment the internal market again by rushing too quickly to introducing supplementary regulations also at national level. And then my last point, I want to go back to opportunities rather than challenges, to echo again what Anna-Sophia said on using digital tools also to help us enforcers in our day-to-day enforcement work. I'm sure all of us enforcers experience this on a daily basis on how much the world of detection and investigation has changed, if only by the sheer volume of files and data sets, whether, again, it's antitrust, merger control, or DMA that we are talking about. So the only way to remain fast and efficient, or to be more fast and efficient in that context, is to also fully make use of the digital tools that innovation bring to us as enforcers. So I see that as a huge opportunity, as I want absolutely to finish on an opportunity.
Fantastic, Inge. Fiona.
Okay. I want to build on the remarks of Mrs. Vestager and Professor Dewatripont and just make one point, which is about pro-competitive industrial policy. What does that mean? And I will embed what our discussion has been so far into this point. So what you want to think about with markets is what Mrs. Vestager said, which is competition has to underlie everything. If you don't have competitive markets, you will not get out of them what society wants. And there are three kinds of markets, and we have tools for all three. So the first are markets that are already existing, and they work okay. And if you have traditional competition enforcement, you can protect competition in these markets. Maybe you need additional tools like foreign subsidies to make sure that you protect competition in those markets, but that is the baseline thing we are used to. There is a second kind of market that is not working. Maybe it does not exist at all, or maybe it is broken. That's the place for industrial policy. And that's what I mean by pro-competitive industrial policy. It brings that market into existence or makes it perform better because it fixes an externality, such as insufficient training, public infrastructure, some other kind of public good, some kind of climate problem. So that pro-competitive industrial policy is the second leg of the stool. Then you have the third kind of market where there is a monopoly and the market is not, competition is not working well in that market. And there you have regulation. And the example of this we see is the DMA, where we will bring those markets not into a competitive state because there is a monopolist there. We are not doing a structural change, but we are bringing prices and therefore output and innovation into a closer approximation to the competitive outcome. So if you have pro-competitive industrial policy, strong competition policy, and regulation where it's needed, then these are the three legs of the stool that keep markets functioning on behalf of consumers.
Thanks, and I think this is all work for us to make it work. And I want to give the floor finally to, well, the users of the platforms. And I think, Florian, if you have some main messages for us, enforcers, please go ahead.
Yeah, I have two types of messages. One more for enforcement, and I think I mentioned it before. I think it's very important to find a balance. There's the trade-off between the big platforms and the newcomers, so the users. Second, the business need guidelines, clear guidelines to how to enforce it. And third, I spoke also about a national digital coordinator or coordination between the new authorities that are going to be created for the AI Act, Data Act, DMA, and so on, and common resource. I think it's also key for businesses to have like kind of harmonization between these different actors and at EU level. Now, more broadly speaking, about competitiveness, I mean, innovation and competitiveness is competition law, but it's of course much broader, as I said it in my introduction. And I think we have to work at all levels. Like at national level, we have today the digital decade from the European Commission with KPIs for 2030, and among others, transformation of businesses, digital skills, and so on. Belgium and other member states are really to work on those key objectives. Second, at EU level, it's key also to have a competitiveness policy. We are waiting for the Monti report in June with proposals for industrial policy, for example, for competitiveness policy. And for small countries such as Belgium, it's not, I mean, we don't have the resources, to have a big industrial policy, and we need really a policy at EU level with EU funding, tax cut or subsidies, and to be able also to face a competition from the United States, for example, where they have the Inflation Reduction Act, or from China. So it's really key for the European industry, manufacturing and digital. Also about competitiveness, I also mentioned it, the single market. I mean, we have to help small companies grow by removing barriers between member states and reduce administrative burden. And last but not least, for the national, the European and then international level, Europe has to work close together with like-minded countries. US is one of them. You have the Trade and Technology Council. Let's work together to have common standards, for example, for AI, to be able to work together for the DMA, for data access, and so on.
Fantastic. I think we have a lot of inspiring thoughts now for going to lunch. I would like to give a warm, please give a warm applause to my panel members. And it was...
Thanks a lot for this panel. So one recommendation we received from Eduardo, which everybody agrees upon, I think, was enforcement. So at 2 o'clock sharp, we will start the second part of this day. Okay, thank you. So when it's 5 to 2, please start entering the room because we did a bad job for the coffee break. Kan ook. Welcome back, everybody. My clock says 14.01, so I think in terms of enforcement, we haven't done such a bad job. So let me introduce you to the next speaker, Eddy de Smijter, which I'm told is the most famous Belgian of the of the Commission at DG Comp. I would say it's probably one of, because there have been many famous Belgians. But Eddy is in charge of the new tool, foreign subsidy investment, so where there's a lot to do right now. So I'm sure he will have a lot of interesting things to tell us. And without much further ado, I will leave the floor to Eddy to tell us everything.
Thank you for this very kind introduction, Axel. Good afternoon, everyone. The dangerous graveyard slot right after lunch. So if I see some people of you nodding, then I will not know whether either you agree with what I'm saying. That will depend on how hard you are nodding. I'm very happy, Axel and the other members of the Belgian Competition Authority, that you brought me back to what I still find to be my home, the European Competition Network. I see quite a number of members from the network, always delighted to be amongst you, but also others that I have learned to know in the couple of years that I've been in the DG Competition. Welcome, everyone. I know that the topic of my intervention, the foreign subsidies regulation, may for some seem to be a bit peripheral to competition law enforcement. It is correct, the foreign subsidies regulation is a hybrid instrument, drawing from both trade policy and internal market objectives, but in its finality, in its intervention logic, in the tools that are at our disposal, the FSR, as we call it nowadays, it serves as a robust instrument protecting fair competition within the internal market. And protecting competition in the internal market is a goal that unites all of us, competition enforcers. And yes, the enforcement model chosen for the foreign subsidies regulation differs from our ECN-based collaborative efforts in enforcing the EU antitrust rules, but the FSR enforcement is undeniably an area where cooperation with member states is crucial. And this cooperation with member states goes beyond the necessary political backing to which former Italian Prime Minister Letta has referred in his recent report on the internal market. In that report, he accurately describes the foreign subsidy regulation as essential for maintaining the integrity and competitiveness of the single market within the global trade landscape. But so the cooperation with member states go beyond that political backing. And I specifically want to highlight the important role of member state authorities in raising awareness about the obligations and, more importantly, the opportunities that are presented by the foreign subsidies regulation. And obviously, the member state authorities also contribute to evidence gathering, which is one of our main challenges in FSR enforcement. Their role in that respect cannot be overstated. And on that note, I would like to explicitly thank the national competition authorities that assisted us earlier this week during our first FSR inspection. So yes, I know it's usually not a good sign if a guest feels that he needs to justify his presence at a party. I think that the Belgian Competition Authority made the right choice in putting the foreign subsidies regulation on the agenda of its EU Competition Day. But they have been very careful. They must have thought, yeah, if we get this guy from FSR on stage, he will do his roadshow of FSR. We all know his slides by heart. So let's give him a difficult topic. This is the title they came up with. Which competition policy to protect the EU economy? And it's true, I could not use my usual slides for this intervention, hence no slides. It would be an oversimplification and thus rather sloganesque to reduce the protection of one's economy to protectionism. Protectionism, as a defensive economic strategy, aims to shield domestic industries from foreign competition. That is not what the foreign subsidies regulation is doing, rather the opposite. It ensures fair competition within our internal market, embracing, as EVP Vestager said this morning, embracing foreign and domestic investment alike, thereby not treating domestic industries, or I should rather say domestically financed industries, not treating those more favorably than non-domestically financed industries, but treating those equally. And what is more relevant nowadays is that treating equally means removing the disadvantageous position that some businesses, both European and non-European, that they find themselves in when competing within the internal market against companies with undue access to foreign capital, which, if it were provided by our member states, would be considered incompatible with the proper functioning of the internal market. This is how the FSR contributes to incentivizing, to protecting the EU economy, not by creating protectionist barriers, which would eventually be detrimental to our economy anyhow, but by ensuring fair competition, allowing companies in Europe to excel and providing consumers with the best possible outcome. And again, when I mention companies in Europe, it means any company engaged in economic activity within the Union, regardless of its nationality. So the FSR is about protecting competition, not about shielding against it. And admittedly, in protecting the EU economy, in protecting competition, the foreign subsidies regulation demonstrates a level of assertiveness. While the EU remains open to trade and to investment, this openness should not be misunderstood as an unconditional toleration of whatever. As everywhere else on the globe, there are domestic rules governing economic activities within the EU, and these rules must be followed by all participants. Of course, the application of the EU rules to all cannot mean that we can simply use the EU state aid acquis and transpose it into a situation of foreign subsidies. I mean, that goes without saying that we cannot unilaterally qualify all foreign subsidies to be distortive by default, as Article 107.1 does. And it is obvious that we cannot unilaterally introduce an ex-ante vetting regime for foreign subsidies as we have it within the EU state aid control regime. But neither should we passively accept foreign subsidies distorting the internal market, as has been the case in the past. Assessing, and if need be, remedying the distortive effects of foreign subsidies on the internal market is not a matter of extraterritoriality. It is a matter of assertively protecting fair competition within the internal market. This open internal market, coupled with assertive protection, mirrors the Commission's open and assertive trade policy, which was already outlined in the 2021 Trade Policy Review. In that review, the then FSR legislative proposal was introduced as a forthcoming complement to the more traditional trade instruments, such as the Trade Defence Instrument, the TDI, and the FDI screening regulation. The Trade Defence Instruments represent a domestic implementation of the WTO Agreement on Subsidies and Countervailing Measures, which claims exclusivity in dealing with matters falling within its scope, namely the import or the export, depending on where you look from, of subsidized goods. Now, prior to the FSR, the EU could do little about companies that wanted to avoid TDI-based measures by shifting their economic model from exporting subsidized goods to the EU into a system of producing those same goods with the same foreign subsidies within the EU. TDI can look into the import in the EU of subsidized goods, not into the production of those subsidized goods, the subsidized production in the EU. That loophole is closed now with the foreign subsidies regulation, where regardless of whether the producer is European or non-European, if you get foreign subsidies for the production of goods in the European Union, we may look into that, obviously to the extent that that subsidy would be distortive. And we do more than looking at the production of goods in the European Union. We look into investments in the European Union, greenfield and others. We look into the subsidization of services in the European Union. We look into subsidized takeovers in the European Union. And the colleagues from DG GROW look into a subsidized bid in our public procurement markets. All of that falls within the scope of the FSR. A very wide scope. And because of the wide scope of the foreign subsidies regulation, there are quite some high expectations among stakeholders. That problems that they have been confronted with for a very long time and were not addressed to any domestic or EU rules now suddenly have the FSR. These expectations do not only pertain to the application of the FSR in general, but we notice that stakeholders have expectations about the use of the FSR for their specific case. Their case is the most important case on earth, is the one that we should spend resources on. That's understandable from their point of view, but obviously the Commission cannot address every allegation it receives, and our prioritization should not be influenced by how loud someone is shouting. What does it need then for a case to be prioritized? And I'm focusing now on our ex officio work. First of all, your allegation must have some level of credibility. In the wording of the FSR, the information should indicate the existence of a foreign subsidy distorting the internal market. Now, usually, establishing the possibility of distortion is straightforward, particularly if informants who assert first-hand experience of being victimized by such distortions, when they have that information at hand. They have been sidelined, They were treated unfairly, not on the basis of merits, but because the other one had money at its availability that would not be acceptable under the EU state aid rules. In addition to showing us indications of a distortion, we need indications of a foreign subsidy, of a foreign financial contribution that is likely to be attributable to a third state and granting a benefit to a specific company. While, of course, we may not expect stakeholders to provide definitive proof of these conditions, mere allegations are insufficient to initiate action. But prioritization is not solely about the quality of information. It also involves optimizing Commission resources. Attempting to address every allegation risks diluting effectiveness. If one tries dealing with everything, one risks not achieving anything. Or as our EVP formulated it in a speech last year, and I quote, "We intend to focus on major distortions. The foreign subsidy regulation is a net designed to catch the big fish, because only big fish have the teeth to damage the internal market." End of her quote. Selecting the right cases, those with the most significant impact on the internal market, is particularly relevant in our ex officio cases. And as you heard the EVP this morning, we have announced the start of 2 ex officio cases this month, one in the security equipment sector, where we conducted unannounced inspections. And I think the colleagues must be wrapping up for the moment. I hope to see them back in the office on Monday. Another ex officio is in the wind energy sector, where the week before last, we issued requests for information to both wind turbine manufacturers and other companies active in that market. That latter inquiry into the wind energy sector should not have come unexpectedly, because it was announced, more or less, in last October's European Wind Power Action Plan, where Action 12, to be more precise, appropriately entitled Protecting the Internal Market, showed our intention to closely monitor the wind energy sector, and we were urging stakeholders to submit evidence of distortive foreign subsidies. For both cases, we had gathered information indicating the possibility that companies operating within the EU are benefiting from foreign subsidies, granting them an unfair advantage over their competitors and potentially leading to distortions of competition in the internal market. What we are currently doing is seeking additional information to assess whether such foreign subsidies indeed exist and whether they indeed distort the internal market. And in seeking that additional information, we are using the tools that the European co-legislators have given us. While the use of surprise inspections for the purpose of the collection of information may be unfamiliar to some, it is surely not for most of you, let alone for the numerous companies that we have been visiting over the last decades in the context of our antitrust enforcement. So one better gets used to equal treatment. Now you will want to know the result of those inquiries. I have to ask for your patience in that respect. You will not be surprised. We have just started the preliminary review. And it will be the complexity of the case and the level of cooperation from those involved, including the companies subject to our inspections and the recipients of our request for information, as well as from other stakeholders upon whom we will call. It will depend on their level of cooperation how long this preliminary review will take. And it is only once we have gathered sufficient indications that an undertaking has indeed been granted a foreign subsidy distorting the internal market, we will launch an in-depth investigation, and at that moment in time, we will invite all of you to provide even further information to substantiate the case. If the indications of a distortive foreign subsidy are not confirmed, we will close the case. Now, before anyone gets the brilliant idea of not cooperating in order to frustrate the investigation, let me bring you back to reality. In case of non-cooperation, we can impose fines, we can impose periodic penalty payments, and we can still open our in-depth investigation, even adopting a final decision, imposing redressive measures on the basis of the facts that are available in our file. That is a measure which is familiar to our trade colleagues, and it is known for its effectiveness. Before closing this part of my intervention on the ex officio, let me emphasize once again the importance for member state authorities and companies operating within the EU to actively participate in enforcing the foreign subsidies regulation by promptly informing the Commission of potential foreign subsidies that could distort competition. And as evidenced by the ex officio cases I just mentioned, we are committed to using the competencies we were given to uphold the level playing field in the EU. I mentioned, and that is inevitable, that there is an element of discretion for the Commission in determining which cases to pursue, but the stronger the information you provide, the more robust the case you present, the bigger the impact on the internal market, the more likely that we will take up your case. Let me finally turn to an element of protection which is very known to competition law enforcers. Protection by prevention. For decades, we have been preventing distortions of competition through merger control. And just last week, we have celebrated the 20 years of the current EU merger regulation. At the core of merger control lies the belief that it is more effective in terms of protecting competition to assess and, if necessary, to address potential distortions up front rather than intervening after the merger has been completed. It's that same belief that prevention is better than cure which underpins what we refer to as the concentration module in the foreign subsidies regulation. And for those of you who had the pleasure of engaging with us in discussions on a concentration, you will have seen that we are asking for information that relates to two forms of distortion. Either a distortion of the acquisition process itself, for example, because the acquirer obtained a preferential loan to acquire a European company. And on the other hand, a distortion that is caused by the foreign subsidy in the economic activity of the entity that results from the concentration. Now, the latter may seem similar to what we do on the merger control, but it is in fact very different. Since the distortion under FSR is not linked to the structural change in the market, as under the EUMR, but it must be causally linked to the foreign subsidy in the concentration. For example, the new entity will continue benefiting from the unlimited guarantee granted to the acquirer. As for our ex officio investigations, we focus our concentration work on major distortions, and thus on large transactions, namely those in which the joint venture, at least one of the merging undertakings, or, and that is happening more frequently, the acquired undertaking generates at least 500 million euro turnover in the EU. Since the notification obligation kicked in over half a year ago, this threshold meant that we have examined 78 transactions, of which 51 were already notified to us. That's on average 8 per month. 2 transactions were stopped during pre-notification, so those we didn't have to look into after notification. Of the 51 transactions notified, we have so far closed 39 without initiating an in-depth investigation. For the fanatics of more stats, in 86% of the transactions there was a parallel pre-notification under the EUMR. In 28 of the transactions, we were also informed about the transaction through FDI screening. It shows, it confirms that the same transaction can be subject to different EU rules, each with their own objective. But to my knowledge, in none of the concentrations investigated, this parallelism has caused any significant delays in the implementation of the concentration. It is, of course, far too early to draw any meaningful conclusions from these data. I hear that some already question whether the thresholds should not be modified. I hear some suggesting simplified procedures for straightforward cases. I don't want to disappoint you, but let me remind you that the first simplified procedure under the EUMR was introduced after 10 years of enforcement experience. Now, before you're getting overly desperate, we are absolutely not unnecessarily protracting our investigations. And I hope that those of you who are involved will confirm that. Simple cases are processed quickly, sometimes very quickly, with a pre-notification period of 10 days or even less. Other cases may require more time, for example, because it involves Article 5 FFCs. For the non-insiders, those are foreign financial contributions that are most likely to be distortive. It can also be that parties are reluctant to share information and that we have, in the next RFI, ask again for the same information so that we only get it piecemeal. Of course, that prolongs the pre-notification period. I have to say, though, that those long pre-notification periods are exceptional. And to give you an indication of how long such a problematic procedure could take and how exceptional it is, of the 25 currently pending pre-notifications, only 4 were initiated last year. 4 of them are taking, therefore, longer than 4 months. Clearly, protecting fair competition in the internal market through the FSR concentration control is not merely about processing notifications. It may also be that foreign subsidies in non-notifiable concentrations negatively affect competition, such as in killer acquisitions of promising companies that have not yet reached the 500 million turnover threshold, but where the takeover that was facilitated by foreign subsidies distorts competition. And the co-legislators empowered the Commission to call in such concentrations below threshold. The competence should, however, be exercised with caution, and so far we have not used it. But we are closely monitoring the market, and we will not hesitate to call in concentrations if necessary to protect competition. And finally, it is good policy for an administration to explain how it is fulfilling its duties. In the case of FSR enforcement, it means that we explain how we are protecting competition in the internal market. As the foreign subsidies regulation is a new policy instrument, impacting quite a number of European and non-European undertakings, the requests for explanations, for clarifications are legitimate. And we strive to be responsive to these requests, whether in conferences, bilateral meetings, or via email or phone correspondence. We have also compiled frequently asked relevant questions and their response on our FSR website. The Q&As are regularly updated with new questions, and earlier this month we have, I believe, the 4th bunch of Q&As published on our website. And earlier this year we also published our first FSR policy brief on the first 100 days of competition enforcement in the module on concentration, and we intend to publish such a brief on a regular basis. By July, we will provide further clarification on 2 key concepts in the FSR, namely the concept of distortion and the concept of balancing. And by January 26, we will issue guidelines on these 2 concepts and on the calling in of below threshold concentrations. I hope that we have on each of those sufficient enforcement experience by then. To conclude, I think it is fair to say that the foreign subsidy regulation represents a significant step towards preserving fair competition within the EU internal market. By taking a proactive approach analogous to EU merger control, it underscores our commitment to prevent distortions before they materialize. And through our ex officio investigations, we strive to properly address potentially significant distortions that were so far ignored. Moving forward, we remain steadfast in our mission to safeguard competition, to promote a stimulating business environment for companies, both European and non-European, operating within the EU. It is by fostering such an environment of even-handed opportunity that the foreign subsidies regulation contributes to the protection and the continued prosperity of the EU economy. Thank you.
Without transition, we're moving to the 4th topic of this EU Competition Day. An EU Competition Day that, echoing the priorities of the Belgian presidency, we entitle a competition policy that protects our people, strengthens our economy, and prepares for shared future. And I think Eddie de Smetter has brilliantly illustrated how competition policy can indeed strengthen our economy. So did Professor Dewatripont and Commissioner Vestager this morning. The topic on digital policy was very much about how competition policy can really improve our shared future. This topic, focusing on the agri-food industry, is very much first of all about how competition policy can protect our people. But it's also about our shared future, obviously, thinking in particular about the transition towards more sustainable production and consumption models. Now look, the agri-food value chain has been really under enormous pressure in recent times. It's been experiencing with various shocks concomitantly with very significant effects on costs, on price levels, but also pricing conditions and price determinants, as well as production and consumption patterns, including, as I said, as a result of the necessary transition towards more sustainable models. And the consequences of these shocks are observable really at each and every levels in the value chain: production, trading, processing, wholesale and retail distribution. All these levels undergo profound transformations nowadays, including the redistribution or restructuring of assets as a result of crisis affecting various business models, but also by sharpening tensions across the value chain between the different levels. And competition authorities have really witnessed firsthand the reality of these transformations and of these tensions in recent years. Now, among these different shocks I was referring to, and which we're going to discuss throughout this session, inflation obviously has been a particularly intense and long-lasting one. It's been, as we all know, a two-pronged shock, first affecting energy prices as from the summer of 2021, with a peak in the fall of 2022, and then contaminating a broad range of sectors, and in particular, the food value chain. If we're using Belgium as an illustration, raw material prices doubled between 2020 and their peak in May 2022. And I'm talking about cereals, dairy products, oils in particular. And then retail food prices increased very sharply, as from the summer of 2022, up to 17% on a year basis in March 2023, which was absolutely unprecedented. And food products have been the largest contributors to inflation throughout 2023. Now, a shock of such a magnitude has put a magnifying glass on a range of market failures, including the existence and exercise of market power, which is obviously the primary concern of competition authorities, but also on all kinds of associated effects on prices and other value transmission mechanisms. In order to map market positions and monitor price trends at different levels across the value chain and across borders, as well as to identify market failures and objectivize the tensions, competition authorities have engaged significant resources in recent years in carrying market studies on their own or with the support of other regulatory authorities. And a range of such studies have been published in the last month in Austria, in Spain, in the Czech Republic, in Hungary, in Ireland, in Sweden, and of course as well at Belgian level. And so before we delve to the food prices, the farmers' crisis, sustainability, all very important topic, we have the chance today of hearing from the authors of the two studies that have been produced at Belgian level at the end of last year, at the beginning of this year, first by the Price Observatory, a specialized department within the Ministry of Economic Affairs, but also by the chief economist team of the Belgian Competition Authority. And so I would like to first of all invite Peter van Herweg to explain the findings of the Price Observatory's report before leaving the floor to Bert Willekens from the Belgian Competition Authority. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Damien. I'm delighted to be here and to be able to present the results of our research. Now, indeed, rising food prices. When we look at food inflation, we have noticed inflation, double-digit inflation for food over the last years. This has raised the question on greed inflation. Do companies took advantage of this period to enlarge their margins artificially? In our findings, we will present what we have discovered, and we will tackle the question, greed inflation, is it a reality or is it fiction? But first, a word on the Price Observatory. We were established in 2009, when at that time we had an inflation of which we thought it was a historical high inflation of 4.5% in 2009. As you see on the curve, 2022 mentioned something else with inflation that was even higher than 10%. When we were established, we were part of the Institute of National Accounts. That gives us a very grand advantage, which have unlimited access to Belgium's statistical system. This means that we have access to data from Stadbel, National Bank of Belgium, the Federal Planning Bureau, but very at the detailed level. So we can access micro data from companies in Belgium. This also means that we have to follow a very stringent procedure when we publish something. We have a peer review by a scientific committee with members from the National Bank, the Planning Bureau, and academics, and our reports are approved by the board of Institute of the National Accounts. Now, when we take a look at our mission, you could describe us as a watchdog for prices and margins. And we conduct our research through 4 approaches. Of course, we look at the evolution of prices, so inflation. We take a look at price level. We take a look at markets and on market functioning. Our output, we produce 2 reports a year and a half year reports, and each year we will also conduct a horizontal screening on market functioning. This means that we will take a look into the functioning of over 600 sectors, and we will qualify them, we will flag them as having a potential indication of a lack of competition. Next to that, we also conduct analysis on our own initiative, or the Minister for Economy or small and medium-sized enterprises can ask us to start a study. And of course, we closely collaborate with the Belgian Competition Authority, both on a formal and on an informal basis. Now, some examples of some recent publications. We were very present in the agri-food sector, food products. This means about 20 to 25% of the expenditure of a Belgian family. So it's important to conduct research in this sector. And we conducted studies on beef, on pork, on dairy. We also took a look into the functioning of both the bailiff sector and the notary sector in Belgium. The last one, the notary sector, leading to a change of legislation for the notaries and also an adaptation of their tariff scheme. And especially for the last years, of course, we gave extra attention to the food ecosystem with both an analysis of the price transmission and an analysis of the price level for some fast-moving consumer goods in Belgium and its neighboring countries. First study that I will highlight is effectively that one on price transmission. Like I said, very high inflation for food, and we went to search for the reasons for this high inflation. As I said, was it a question of just raising costs, or was it also a question of companies using this period to enlarge their margins? We focused on food categories in general, but also we tried to look into a number of specific food categories, and we are looking at all 3 stages of the ecosystem: agriculture, food industry, and the retail sector. So, as Damien mentioned, first thing that is very noticeable here on the graph is the yellow curve. The last 2 years, food commodities doubled in price, and of course this had an impact on the costs of the sectors that are following agriculture in the ecosystem. We saw also price raises in the food industry and in the retail sector. Food commodity prices doubled, and producer prices also went up with about 30% over the period. And finally, consumer prices rose with about 20% over the period. Now, of course, this has an impact on the profitability of all the sectors. And when we look at profitability, again, we will look at the 3 stages of the food ecosystem. First one is taking a look at agriculture, and we see both the red and the blue line, which represent the output and input of agriculture. both going up very strongly in the last years. But what does it mean when we look at the margins, at the income of the agriculture? So you should look at the green bar. We see that when we look at the green bar, 2021 and 20 were rather bad years for an agriculture, but on the contrary, the last year, 2022, was the best year over the last period, over the last 10 decades for agriculture. Of course, it is a general picture. We all know that when you took a look at agriculture, there are very specific sectors, some having a tough periods at this time, others performing rather well. Of course, the second stage in the food chain is the food industry and the beverage industry. And we used here official company data that go to 2022. Unfortunately, for 2023, we don't have any official figures yet, but we try to cover that with a simple model that I will explain further on. Anyway, when we look at the margins, again, you should look at the bars. The lines show the evolution of the sales figure. But looking at the bars, we see that for the food industry, so the orange bar, that the blue bar, we see that in 2022, we see a decline, of course, and we saw the lowest points for the period for the food industry in 2022. Now, this is the picture for the general food industry, but we see this decline, in fact, in the vast majority of all the subsectors. We also did a segmentation, so we looked at small and large companies, we looked at profitable and less profitable companies, and regardingly which segmentation we regarded, all of them show an average fall of their profitability. And we also, when we look at companies that have reported an operating loss, we saw that in 2022, the figure was a lot higher than in the previous years. Finally, the retail sector. Here we will look mainly at the yellow color, because the yellow color is the sector that will offer us the assortment, the Carrefours, the Delhaises, the Colrates of this world. And what do we see here? We see, in fact, that 2022 was a very bad year for retail. They had a margin from about 1%. So again, the lowest margin of the whole period. With again the same conclusions. Nevertheless, if you regard any segmentation, we saw a drop of the margins. And again, when we look at the proportion of enterprises that report an operating loss, 2022 shows a figure that was much higher than in the previous years. This table and the following table gives you an overview of the detailed margins for any subsectors. And I highlighted in red the sectors that had higher margins in 2022 than in 2021. And we see that from the 25 sectors in the food industry, only 5 had higher margins in 2022. And when a more detailed look, we see a very high margin that's very higher for the sector of processing and preserving of potatoes and the manufacturing of pasta. For all the sectors, maybe the margin was most frequently lower, or it was just a little bit higher than in 2021. For retail, you don't see any reds. So this means that for all the detailed subsectors, all of them show lower margins in 2022 than in 2021. Now, as I said, we only have half data until 2022. Of course, we are interested also in the most recent period. So we developed a simple model that allows us to predict how costs and benefits would evolve in the most recent period. We did the same. We used the same model to predict evolution of profitability in 2022 when we didn't have the data, and when we compared our results with the results from the company annual accounts, we saw in fact that we were very close to the reality. So this gives us confidence to also use this model to predict the rentability, the profitability in 2023. And we will look at the evolution of the costs and the evolution of the revenue of industry and retail in 2023. And when the red bar is on top of the blue bar, this is an indication that the margins will be higher in 2023. So what we show here first for 2022 was indeed costs seem to have evolved more fast than the revenue of the industry and both the retail. So we had a drop of the margin. 2023, we saw the opposite. We see that we are selling prices have a better evolution than the costs of the company. So there's an indication that in 2022, a lot of the sectors will be able to improve their margins and recuperate part of the loss that they have suffered in 2022. To conclude here for our study, so what did we see? We saw a very sharp rise in the agricultural commodity prices, followed by a rise in production prices and consumer food prices in 2022. When we took a look at the graph, the first 3 months, we saw that there was a sharp fall in commodity prices and consumer prices, and producer prices didn't react. They continued to rise. And as of April 2023, we see that commodity prices continue to fall, but there is a stabilization on producer prices and consumer prices. It's only in the last months that we also see that producer prices and consumer prices for foods are dropping too. So we start to see also negative growth for those two sectors. Now, when it comes to conclusions on profitability, as I said, even in 2021, margins started to encounter some pressure. But in the second half of 2022, it was going a little better. The costs started to fall down. Energy costs went down. Agricultural raw materials went down. So profitability was gaining a little better. But overall, our conclusions is that in 2022, there was a drop of the margins, both in the retail and in the industrial sectors. 2023, like I said, we have indications that margins will improve in both sectors in 2023. This graph shows the inflation for both Belgium and the neighboring countries. And when we look at the evolution of food prices over the long periods, we see, in fact, that in Germany, we have the strongest increase of price, and Belgium the lowest price increase. We also conducted research, as I said, and Bert will come to that. We did some price level research because the first study took a look into the evolution of prices, inflation. Here, price level, we really are comparing the prices in euro for a number of products. And we have 3 approaches to try to tackle this. We have the Nielsen database, which allows us to take a look at the prices of very identical products in Belgium and the neighboring countries. We have price level indices from Eurostat that gives us a look into the prices for unprocessed and processed foods. And we also are able to, via shopping websites, to compare prices of private label products. And our findings are very different when we look at the three approaches. When we look at identical A-brands products, we found that Belgium is pretty more expensive than the neighboring countries. 8% more expensive than our neighboring countries. We conducted this study already 2 times in the past, and the price difference was higher at that time. So the situation is getting better for Belgium, but still prices are higher in Belgium for these products. When you look at unprocessed foods, so fruit and vegetables and meat and fish, we see the contrary. There, Belgium is cheaper than in the neighboring countries, and the same goes when we take a look at the prices for private labels. For instance, when we would assemble shopping carts of only private labels in Belgium and our neighboring countries, we have found that prices in Belgium are 15 to even 40% lower than the prices for the same products, for the same private label products in our neighboring countries. Of course, price differences. We look at average prices. We know that there are a price difference between regions, between chains, between store formats. As I said, on average, of course, these conclusions differ per product category, but on average, branded products are more expensive in Belgium, on contrary to the private labels and non-processed foods. Competition is conducted through price, of course, but also to what's offered to the clients, assortments, and to the quality of the service. That's very clear. Another one of our findings is that in Belgium we now have a very dynamic, a very diversified retail landscape. We have 3 historic operators. We have a number of discounters that are present, and the last years we also saw a number of new operators coming in from the Netherlands, from France, and all of them are gaining market share. So we have a very dynamic and competitive retail sector at the moment in Belgium. And of course, as I showed you earlier, we also saw that the net margin in the retail sector has gone down over the last few years. I think I can give the floor now to Bert. I hope I've
Many thanks, Peter.
My timing.
Indeed. So here you have a very nice illustration of the great cooperation between the Ministry of Economic Affairs and the Belgian Competition Authority, because in cooperation, so both institutions have tried to look at the same reality, but through different lenses and different data sets. So Bert, can you give us your views and conclusions?
Yes, thank you very much. So indeed, we've been collaborating quite intensively over the past years, because of course this topic is also very important to us from the perspective of the Competition Authority to make sure markets function well. So we've also collected some data. First of all, before presenting the results, I have to thank my colleagues Claire Boer and Baptiste Soyard, who have done most of the data work, so also the credits to them. So what type of data will I be talking about today? So it's Euromonitor data. So Euromonitor is a data collection company similar to Nielsen. They have their own methodology in collecting data in the fast-moving consumer goods value chain. And we have access to a system called Passport, Euromonitor Passport. And so what they do is they collect so we have a subscription to everything that's basically sold in supermarkets, except for fresh food. So Peter mentioned fresh food and vegetables, which are actually cheaper in Belgium. That's what they find. We have nothing to say about that with this data. So it's everything's basically that's packaged in supermarkets, and also frozen goods that you can buy. So we have several drinks industries. We have dairy products, snacks, and also some beauty and personal care products. So think about what you can buy in a supermarket. What data do we have, or do we study or analyze in this study? We have an estimate of the sales value at retail level. We have an estimate of the sales value at producer level, so what comes out of the factory and is sold to supermarkets basically, or through wholesalers. And they have an estimate of the total volume, so we can calculate at both levels let's say the value weighted average price of these different products or product categories. So we have 8 industries, what they call 50 industry types, and then the most granular level is 390 product categories. Important to note is a crucial difference with the Nielsen data that the Price Observatory has analyzed. They really look at identical products. So a can of Coke, how much does it cost in Belgium compared to the Netherlands, for example, or Germany or France? We have the average price of product categories, so there can be composition effects. It might be that consumers in Belgium consume different types of goods. Soft drinks, for example, we might have a stronger preference for Coca-Cola, while other countries might drink Pepsi or whatever. So that's important to take into consideration, and I'll come back to also the conclusions of the study of the Price Observatory when thinking about what this means in terms of policy implications. But first, what do we find? So the benefit of our data is that we have a quite long time period and sort of the whole range of products being sold in supermarkets. What we see on average, so the blue horizontal line in the middle, that's the benchmark, that's Belgium, and everything is expressed in ratios. So these are what we call retail selling prices, and so retail selling price ratios. So if the line of a country is above, it means that products are sold, or the basket of products that are consumed have a higher value-weighted average price. You can see France for the drinks industry, so alcoholic drinks and soft drinks, is above Belgium. So it might be that some products are more expensive there, but also, again, can be composition effects. They might consume more expensive products. The Netherlands is about at the same level as Belgium for drinks, and Germany is lower. More importantly, and I think more interestingly, is to look at the trends. Because the levels, of course, there might be different consumption, but what do we see is all these curves, they were first declining. What does it mean? If it declines, it means that the neighboring countries are becoming cheaper compared to Belgium, which is, of course, not good for Belgian consumers. And we clearly see this tipping point around 2016, right? So there, for all 3 countries, the curve starts increasing. So Belgian consumers have started paying less relative to neighboring countries. Of course, we've just seen there was massive inflation. So all prices were increasing, but what does this mean is that actually prices weren't alarmingly increasing more in Belgium compared to neighboring countries. Actually, the reverse is true. And the trend already started in 2016, and we upheld, so it flattens out a little bit in 2022. So sometimes a shock affected Belgium maybe a bit worse than neighboring countries, but overall this picture is pretty good for Belgian consumers, I think. We see a similar pattern for all the food industries that I've bundled together here. You can see the same type in levels, although the Netherlands is also cheaper in levels than Belgium. But again, you see first a decline or a flat curve, and then it starts increasing. So again, also for food, we're not doing so badly. And finally, if we bundle the beauty and personal care products, we see that the decline lasted a bit longer. But in the end, also around 2019, we actually see an increase of the curves compared to Belgium. So that's, I think, mainly a positive story from the perspective of Belgium, of course. It's ratio, so less for the other countries, maybe. And of course, we want to sort of understand where does this come from? Can we find some explanations? And as mentioned, we also have some data on manufacturing selling prices, or it's estimates that Euromonitor makes. And we see the most pronounced and maybe a bit more concerning patterns for the drinks industries. So I will focus on that in this presentation. What we see, this is for 2022, is that what's plotted in the table here is the manufacturing selling price relative to the retailer selling price. So what part of the retailer selling price is explained by the manufacturing selling price. And you can see that for the drinks industries, it's always higher in Belgium compared to all neighboring countries. So, for example, alcoholic drinks, on average, 64% of the retail price consists of the price that supermarkets pay to the producers, while it's lower in the neighboring countries, and the same for drinks. The other industries are more mixed, and so it depends a bit. But for drinks, it's quite pronounced. And then if we look at the trend of the manufacturing selling prices relative to retail selling prices, we can see, first of all, the bit thicker curve are the manufacturing selling prices, and the thinner one on top is the retail selling price. It's below. That's in line with what I just said, that manufacturing selling price is relatively high in Belgium for drinks. But perhaps even, or a bit more alarming, or something we should be careful about or take a closer look at, is that actually this is the same graph, but I really zoom in per country, and you can see that actually the gap is increasing. So what do we learn from this? We see, okay, relative retail selling prices are evolving to the benefit of Belgian consumers, but it's for the drinks industries not that much explained by changes in manufacturing selling prices. And so the other side of the coin is the gross retail margins, defined as RSP minus MSP, have contributed more. So a decline in the gross retail margins, so the gross margins that retailers take, has declined more, or that they have had more bite in explaining the patterns in retail prices that we see than manufacturing selling prices. That's less clear for the other industries, but we do see that compared to the Netherlands, this is quite a persistent pattern across also the other industries. And this one doesn't work anymore. Could we go to the next slide? Okay, thank you. And so why would it be drinks industries, we might wonder? So one statistic that we also can get from our data is what's the level of private label share consumption? And we can see that for these drinks industries, it's very low. So for alcoholic drinks in Belgium, only 2%, and this is in value, of products sold in supermarkets are private label. So basically Belgians consume a lot of branded A-brand products in terms of alcoholic drinks. And also, but also for soft drinks, brands are very popular. And actually, we score a bit higher than most of our neighboring countries. So if you put these two things together, it seems that the fact that manufacturing selling prices have contributed less to the beneficial trends for consumers, and the fact that it's mainly branded products in these industries, you can see private label share consumption is much higher for processed food. This sort of raises the concern whether there might maybe a problem with strong multinational drink selling companies who charge relatively high prices in Belgium. What we do see is that the private label share consumption has been declining in neighboring countries compared to Belgium. So there also seems to be some substitution pattern that consumers, even though private label consumption is relatively low, in recent years have consumed a bit more of private label goods, but still it's quite limited. Yeah, so let me conclude. So we see relatively positive tendency for Belgian consumers at retail level. We think also, as Peter mentioned, it's likely to be linked to intensified competition at retail level. We really see it. Everyone sees it. I think nowadays you have really open, strong competition on prices, many discount actions and so on. But we do conclude that we have to be a bit cautious, maybe one level above, and keep looking at that there's no discrimination across borders at manufacturing level, because it seems to be that has contributed less, especially for these drinks industries. Okay, so that's our study. Just in 1 minute to make the bridge to the panel. I think what does this mean for competition policy? I think kicking an open door that we have to protect effective competition in all chains in the supply chain, or all levels in the supply chain. That should be our main goal. Of course, there can be market failures, as Damien already mentioned, but also institutional flaws. I think from both studies from us and the Price Observatory, we can, as I already suggested, maybe push a bit that cross-border price discrimination should be or remain on the policy agenda. I also mentioned externalities. That's another market failure that can be very important and which will be an important part of the discussion. So I will not go into that in detail here. So of course, if you think about sustainability, it might be that the price of goods is not reflecting the cost to society, and that that intervention might be needed. And then finally, of course, from our perspective, market power is a market failure that we might need to address. From an economic perspective, I think if you start from the default that there should be effective competition in all levels of the supply chain, monopoly or monopsony power can be disruptive in the downstream competitive equilibrium. I think the best way, and that's my personal view, to address market power is to try to address it directly and use all the tools that we have. So we could do abuse of dominance, but also merger control. Some interventions that mitigate market power can be justified, but we have to be careful. I think there's really sometimes a threat that there are that many sort of distortions in the market and market failures that if we assess cases in this industry, that we might be tempted to accept sort of market power justifies market power type of reasoning. And I think we should be very careful about that. If market power is the problem at a certain level of the supply chain, that's what we should resolve, and not sort of accept more market power upstream or downstream to sort of countervail it. Because if we start accepting that reasoning in our competition policy, we might end up with just completely monopolized sectors in this supply chain, which we should, of course, be very careful about, which can be very detrimental. Okay, that being said...
Thanks a lot, Bert. Wonderful. And I think Peter and Bert, please give them a big round of applause. And I think they've explained how useful these studies can be, not only to rationalize, a situation, but also to identify, outliers and definitely, sectors on which we might want to focus our efforts. And to be clear, I mean, the agri-food industry has been one of the priorities of the Belgian competition authorities for a number of years, and we've been mobilizing the whole toolbox, to try to address specific issues, including in sectors that Peter and Bert highlighted as potentially problematic. Now I'm going to ask the panelists to come on stage. Many thanks again. And I'm extremely fortunate to be joined by a fantastic group here of enforcers or past enforcers, including Nathalie Harsdorf-Borsch, the Director General from the Austrian Competition Authority, Philippe Chauve, Head of Unit at the Director General for Competition of the European Commission, Martin Snoep, the Chairman of the ACM in the Netherlands, and Yanis Lianos, Professor at the University College London, but a former President also of the Hellenic Competition Commission, and it's official, a judge now with the Competition Appeal Tribunal in the UK. So very happy to have you. So we're going to continue the conversation discussing some of the topics that have already been addressed, including the food price crisis, but going way beyond that as well. And I'm going to turn first to Nathalie. I think you have also used a number of magnifying glasses to try to identify and map various trends and evolutions that were occurring at the Austrian level. So could you explain to us a little bit, which tool you have used and what your findings were?
Yeah, first of all, let me thank the Belgian Competition Authority, my colleagues, but also the Belgian Ministry of Economy for organizing this fantastic event and hosting us, and yesterday's exhibition. So it's great when some culture comes in as well at these events. I have to disclose first that the food industry and the food retail sector has been very close to my heart as part of my activities and different functions I've had in the Competition Authority. So we had a big number, almost 30 cases of RPM and hub-and-spoke element-based cases with over 50 dawn rates between 2011 and 2016, and I was one of the team leaders in those cases. So it's been a sector very close to my heart, if I may say so. But the situation we faced in autumn, let's say summer, autumn 22, was very different in a way, because we didn't really know what was going on in the markets. We saw prices going up for consumers. We received a lot of complaints by consumers. And basically, as a competition agency, we didn't know at what level was happening what. I mean, it was clear that we had a crisis in the energy sector. But other than that, it was a bit unclear to us. And I set a priority that we start a sector inquiry in this area, on top of other activities, cases, having a close eye on mergers. I think it was very important to set a priority, although it took a lot of resources, because a few months later, so we started our investigation in autumn 22, and in spring 23, suddenly a huge public debate opened up. And everybody was saying, like, so what's the competition authority doing? There's greedflation probably, and there was a very political debate ongoing, and there were a lot of assumptions being made at what level greedflation was taking place. And then, interestingly, there were even public statements by some representatives of politics saying, like, oh, we have to ask the competition authority to do a sector inquiry. And I was lucky enough to say, we already started one last autumn, so work is ongoing and work is on track. And of course, it took some time, but my team worked very hard, and so we started and finished the sector inquiry within a year, which I'm very proud of. But it meant putting a lot of resources into it, because we questioned over 700 retailers, over 1,500 food producers, food and beverage producers. We received help from the Austrian National Bank. We bought a lot of data in. We did a consumer survey of over 1,000 consumers. So you could see we had a lot of different work streams at the same time. And the focus was to assess competition and potential competition problems from three different perspectives. So the retail level, the producer level, but also get the consumer perspective on things. An area we also looked into were unfair trading practices, since we're the enforcement body against unfair trading practices in Austria. And some of our results mirror what my Belgian colleague was talking about. Some are different. I think we also have a different landscape. So the big four in Austria, they have more than 90% market share. We don't see a lot of movement there. There are high entry barriers coming into this market. The most movement we still see in the online sector. But other than that, it's rather a static market with high bargaining power. However, when we looked at whether the supermarkets had basically, against the back of inflation, somehow increased their profit margins, the answer was very clear: no, that didn't happen. When we looked at the industry level, there was a very diversified landscape and picture depending on the products we're looking at. But over the period we looked at, and we took numbers until mid-23, so a bit broader than what you just described, my colleague, we could see that you could not say that within this period there were extraordinary developments also in the food industry. What we also looked into is a topic that has been discussed fiercely and emotionally, of course, in Austria, why prices for the Austrian consumers are in general more higher than if you go across the border to Germany. And it's also clear that that's a topic that really creates emotions, because if we look at income, households with less income, they're more affected by higher prices because a bigger share of their income goes to food. And if they see that prices are lower for German consumers, why should they pay higher prices taking their perspective. So we looked also into this aspect, and whereas, of course, our enforcement powers are limited to Austria, we could see that the responses we got gave us very clear indications that it is also due to different prices at the manufacturing level given to Austrian retail chains or subsidiaries. So there, I think that that's something that should be looked at the European level. I think it's a topic, it's an internal market topic that should be high on the agenda also of the next Commission. Another interesting result, and that was a bit shocking for me personally, I have to say, is, and I remember, so we sent out the RFIs to the producers regarding UTP, unfair trading practices. And already 2 days later, a member of my team calls me and he says, like, I mean, first of all, we have a high response rate and extremely quick. And second of all, you will not believe what's coming back. And so 4 out of 10 producers had been facing black clauses under UTP. That's a very high number. And if you contrasted that with the number of formal complaints received by us or the mediation body in the Ministry of Agriculture, those were like 20 cases, so it didn't really match. So you could see that there are huge problems in this regard, and that we have to put it very high on our enforcement agenda. Some were like unilateral changes to contracts. They had to pay, according to them, they had to do payments unrelated to deliveries, and some other activities that clearly fell under the black clauses. So that was another interesting result. I think also interesting was the consumer perspective, because consumers were basically telling us we don't really know where we get the best value for our money. We want more transparency, and maybe we can talk about that a bit later when we talk about actions that could be taken.
Brilliant. Many, many thanks. Of course, not all competition authorities are also competent for UTPs, but it seems that the crisis created or somehow limited the fear factor, which is often preventing market actors to come forward, and you took benefit of that. This lack of cross-border arbitrage in agri-food prices, Philippe, because if I may jump first to Philippe, as he was directly or indirectly pointed at as representative of the EU level by Nathalie, it's been on your agenda, right? And so could you explain a little bit what you have been doing recently and still doing?
Yes, I mean, without focusing strictly on what we're doing, I'd like to answer to the big question, which is, I mean, why do we have different prices, and what can be done about it? I mean, we can have different prices for many reasons, and so we need to address those reasons individually. The good news is I think there is a solution for every reason, but it involves all of us, and we all have to do an effort. So I'll go one by one. The first area for solutions is that prices go down if there's real competition, and that's the starting point before we even start about enforcement of competition rules or regulation. Is there enough competition? Can it be enhanced? And this is the role of the consumers. It's often forgotten in all our discussions. It's the role of the consumers to actually not only switch shops to actually induce the retailers to compete more, but also to switch products to actually induce the producers to compete more. And there are several aspects to this. First of all, there is the issue of transparency, as was said. But even with transparency, I mean, after more than 10 years of looking at the internal documents and strategies of both retailers and manufacturers, I can tell you in all markets, there is a significant chunk of consumers who are sensitive. But there's also, depending on the market, can be a very significant share of consumers who are not sensitive. So to put it bluntly, there's no magic in the figures regarding Germany being always cheaper. is because, I mean, from what I see from all my investigations, German consumers remain far more sensitive than any other consumers. So they discipline very heavily both retailers and manufacturers. We don't have the same level of sensitivity. I, again, assess it overall. There are always sensitive consumers in every market, but we have too much in certain markets of a group, of a share of the consumers that are not sensitive enough. And we can see that, of course, in such circumstances, it can be very profitable for manufacturers to raise the price, lose a bit of volume because there are still consumers who are sensitive, who go away, but overall still make more money. And so that's why whatever we do in terms of enforcement or regulation, if consumers don't discipline the manufacturers and the retailers, then nothing else will materialize substantially. So that's the first point. The second point is what is called usually in psychology referencing. I mean, this whole sector works, and starting with us consumers, by referencing to the last period. When we buy a product, we don't know what the cost is. Actually, even the very sophisticated buyers, they have a rather good idea, they have a lot of information, but they don't know what the exact price is. They discuss many different things related to cost, but they don't have a perfect understanding. And so that's why at every level of the chain, the prices are negotiated vis-à-vis the last period. What is the last price I saw in the shop? What is the last price at which, as a retailer, I bought the product? And here I think there is a very good news because so far, for example, the consumers did not know that the same chocolate tablet would be at 140 in the other market and 1.10 in another market. Now, thanks to first entry of certain retailers into other markets through the direct bringing of products, typically Albert Heijn here in Belgium, but also, very importantly, since a few years, the cross-border purchases, so purchase for several markets, by first alliances. There was a first alliance established here in Belgium, Eurelec. There's another one now, but also some integrated retailers like Carrefour that are trying to purchase for several markets at a time. And in doing so, then they can compare prices. And so for the first time, they can maybe bring the reference to the consumer of different price. So then maybe it doesn't make sense to purchase at 140. It makes sense to purchase at 110. But the consumer will see it more, of course, provided, and that's the first thing I said, that there's enough competition and consumer discipline enough. The third point is another reason why we still have differences is there are still practices that are anti-competitive and that are actually preventing parallel trade in the internal market. Now, we've discussed a lot today, already in the morning, but again now, about abuses of dominant positions, so the application of 102. I'd like to recall that there is another very important thing, which is 101. And actually, we had, of course, a case on AB InBev regarding 102, but the major case we have currently is largely about 101. So there are still many issues regarding agreements between the manufacturers and in particular the arbitrageurs, the traders in the market that are trying to limit the parallel trade and control the destination so that the cheaper products don't reach the more expensive markets. So here the answer is very simple: enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. I mean, there's no other way. And the last point I would like to say is, now of course competition law is tackling agreements, but also unilateral behavior, but only for dominant positions. And that's what has been raised this morning in the minister's speech. What about the unilateral practices by non-dominant operators? Now, I've heard already quite a number of ideas of measures that would be put in place to address this. So there have been ideas about, let's have a new services directive applying to this, or let's have a geo-blocking regulation that addresses this, or let's have a new competition tool to address this. I'd like to say very simply that before we think about the tool and the solution for this, we need to do the fact-finding for what are these practices and how can we really address them. For example, I mean, there's a lot of talk about the fact that the retailer should be able to purchase the product in any market. I mean, let's be clear about it. A given retailer that is present in 4 or 5 markets will not buy and transfer all the volumes from one single market. So the solution for that retailer is more probably what I discussed in the second item, which is a negotiation for all markets comparing prices. So maybe that's not the real issue. It's more an issue for a specific situation. Another example we see in our investigations is very easy. It seems to be a rather usual trick when there is a problem of pressure from the cheaper market to the more expensive market, to, if the volume in the first one is not too big, to actually withdraw the product. We sanction it in AB InBev. We're still looking at it in Mondelez. So this is something that happens, but it's not possible to say the solution will be whenever they withdraw a product from a market, we should punish it, because there can be many good reasons like non-profitability for not having that. So before we jump for this last group of issues to solutions, we should do some serious fact-finding. And I'm happy that in the high-level group on competitiveness this week, this was really on the agenda, and now the work will take place on really doing the fact-finding and see what should be addressed and then how it can be addressed.
Brilliant. Maybe going back to your first point, Yanis, during inflation, you were the chairman of the Hellenic Competition Commission. I think you have taken some very innovative approach to try to stimulate transparency and price comparison by consumers, among other things. I mean, do you want to shed a bit of light on this?
Sure. And let me say that first, thanks a lot for the invitation. And obviously, I'm here in my personal capacity. I don't engage the competition appeal tribunal what I say. So I think it was a quite interesting moment, very intense, I have to say, because we're not really ready in terms of infrastructure, how to deal with such an acute type of crisis. So we really had to react pretty quickly. And of course, Natalie was right. I mean, all the political tensions and, of course, the fact that we needed to respond to the population's demand for what is going on. So I think in that context, you need to really use a whole toolkit. And I'm not really going to add very much to what have been said. So, of course, do enforcement. I think that's extremely important. But we also know that enforcement takes time, and usually it will produce its effects after the storm has probably passed. And therefore, you need to also bring in some more immediate type of action. So one of them is, of course, to start short sector inquiries or an analysis of the value chain in order to see where the choke points are. And I think that was something that we did for a certain number of products, and we finalized this in less than 8 or 9 months. The other thing is to do some form of price comparison analysis, but in a very, sketchy way first, in order to see areas of products where you have important differences of prices, and eventually at the second level do a more, let's say, advanced analysis of the cost, and if these different prices are justified. And I think this is also something that we did. And of course, you need to build an infrastructure of market monitoring. And I think the new technologies, that data, actually, the availability of data, in particular, with all the consumer apps that exist and the, e-shops, etc., I think it's very important for competition authorities to be able to follow this and to build basically an infrastructure. This is something we did with the HEC data analytics and economics platform. But I think one of the issues raised by Philippe is very important in the sense that because some of these issues might be internal market problems and eventually come maybe by the lack of arbitrage or eventually the lack of parallel trade or disincentives for parallel trade, maybe it's something quite important for the Commission to focus on. And in particular, I remember there have been many years ago where the Commission has taken initiatives in the car industry to publish every year, I think they've been doing that for almost 20 years, the price differences for the same model across different member states. And as far as I can remember, I mean, the reason why this practice was discontinued is that it was very successful. So maybe it's something to think about, and at the EU level more generally, because of course, this is an internal market issue.
Nice cooperation project, maybe for the ECN in the future. Now, we've been discussing issues mainly at the at the downstream level in the food value chain so far. Let's go upstream and move from the food price crisis to the farmers' crisis, right? Which has been probably the latest instance of at least visible tension that we have all witnessed in our respective member states. This has highlighted also the vulnerability of farmers in the value chain. And this is obviously not new, but this has been exacerbated probably by a number of trends and evolutions recently. Philippe, do you want to first sort of sketch a little bit, how this problematic has been, historically addressed, or what the tools that have been historically available to try to address this phenomenon? And then we'll move to Martin, who's going to explain to us how typically in the Netherlands it's being taken care of.
Yes, I think we should not forget that the crisis is a crisis about having farmers making profits. However, we need to also bear in mind that the same way as I explained, there are different consumers, there are also very different farmers exactly in the same market. So just to take milk, there are farmers that are able to produce at 20, 30 cents per liter, others who require 70 cents per liter to be able to make a profit. I mean, clearly, if it were a perfect market, there would be an issue for those staying at 70 cents. Now, also, what we need to bear in mind is that most of the production is actually, and it's covering most of our needs for most products, is covered by those who have the cheaper costs. So we need to think about more openly about why do we maintain in the market those who have such higher costs. In fact, for some of them, it's possible to actually decrease these costs, but we need to also break some nice ideas that we have about what production in farming is. Production in farming, despite what, and we're the culprit of this also at the Commission. Whenever we publish something, we have nice cows in meadows in a very nice environment. The truth is, most of the food we eat is a result of very concentrated manufacturing processes. I mean, it's a production process, including for animals, and we would not be able to have this massive amount of production, and especially not at this price, if we had them all grazing in these meadows. The reality is, you need to have a certain scale. Doesn't mean it has to be only large-scale production. It can be many small production, and the fruit and vegetable sector, especially in Belgium, is a prime example of this. You have the biggest operator in the whole of the EU for vegetables and for some fruits, and it's actually a cooperative of many different farmers who have a limited size individually. And that's where I'm coming, is that the solution to have farmers having a profit in the end, making a living out of this, is to actually allow them to have lower cost, but also to have centralization of many functions that cannot be anymore handled directly at the farm when it's a small scale. So if we can go to the rules, can we have the slides? Bearing in mind this, that the farmers have to get collectively organized, over the last 12 years, the legislator has created many specific rules for farmers in terms of competition rules. It actually created exceptions to the application of 101, allowing farmers to get together. So the list will come on screen, but I will already start to give it to you. The first one is very simply a rule about cooperatives, how farmers get together to produce and commercialize together. The second major rule is about, for specific sectors, it's about how to manage output. Together is valid only for protected appellations like geographical indications. Then the third rule, you have rules regarding how to collect information, because one key issue for the farmers is to get access to information. We have also rules regarding crisis situations. Yes, so I've gone over the list. So we have structural cooperation, that's the farming cooperatives. Sustainability schemes, I'll cover that. Quality schemes is what I mentioned earlier. It's all geographical indications, protected appellations that can collectively manage their total output to obtain better prices. You have access to information, you have the possibility to have value sharing tools, you have many product specific tools, and you have even a tool for crisis situation and another specific tool. So just the list is extremely long, and I will not go into each and every of them, but it just shows to you that there's already a huge toolkit of many possible ways that the farmers can get together to manage better their position. But the two ways that are the most structural solutions that address most of the challenges are first producer organizations, because, and that's the derogation or special rules for cooperative types of situations, and there it addresses most of the challenges by reducing costs, obtaining better prices by having many different alternatives instead of depending on a small alternative in the local area of the farmer. Can invest in storage, can add value by processing. There's usually a lot of technical support for adapting the products, meeting all the regulations, which are complex but necessary. So there's already a rule to do that, and actually it was very interesting because a number of years ago there was an assessment of the situation in the milk sector, and there was a comparison between what was happening in farmers that were just trying to sell together and those who had integrated fully in this type of situation, and the clear outcome is the second situation that gave them the sustained profitability, not just a short-term solution whenever there was a problem. So this is the first structural solution, and the new solution that the legislature adopted in the last reform, and that's available now, for which we adopted guidelines, is a solution for farmers to get together to apply sustainability standards that go higher than what is mandated by law. But if they do that, and if it's necessary for them to get together because, for example, they need to reach a certain scale, or that's what their buyers request, there can be many reasons why it's necessary for them to get together, then they can agree on quantities, they can agree on prices, they can agree on restrictions of competition in terms of where to sell, and they don't need, it's very important, it's what we all know as 101.3 in practice in other sectors, they don't need to consider anything but the indispensability of being together. And all the rest will be assessed ex post by the authorities. And that's all the more important as that gives really a framework for, how should I say, a foreseeable, rather secured framework for taking the risk of going higher, but having a possibility to recover it. And we've been trying hard in the guidelines of the Commission to give a very secure framework by, in particular, if it is necessary to cover costs, which often happens for sustainability frameworks, standards that, for example, reduce the number of pesticides or increase the requirements on biodiversity, then there can be an agreement between the farmers and their buyers on that price, and we've made it clear that this price can even go 20% above the currently foreseeable cost, so that it can cover uncertainties and provide a sufficient return on investment. So it's something that the legislature initiated, that we're trying to make live, and we've started to be approached informally by some initiatives. There's not yet a formal request for opinion of the Commission, but there are already initiatives. And that's another very important way, apart from the structural cooperative approach for just doing what is already the standard product or any product. Here, this is a way to obtain a win-win between the need for more profit, but also some security for going further than what the law requires.
Thank you, Philippe. And this is very interesting. And we at the Belgian Competition Authority are busy nowadays interacting with a number of stakeholders in the agricultural sector to try to give guidance on how to implement that particular provision. Turning to Martijn, obviously the agricultural sector is one of the pillars of the Dutch economy. It's also undertaking transformations nowadays, and you have developed also your own approach to how competition policy can apply to that sector.
Yes, thank you very much, Damien, and thank you to the Belgian Competition Authority and the Ministry for inviting me. I think first it's good to understand is that we are not only a competition authority, but we have a broader mandate. Basically, we look at the well-functioning of markets. So our mission is to make markets work well for people and businesses now and in the future. And from that perspective, the agricultural supply chain is an important area, focus area for us. One of the reasons is that agriculture is an important pillar of the Dutch economy. The Netherlands is the second largest exporter of agricultural products in the world. Well, fun fact, also the second largest tomato exporter in the world, and that's not because of the good weather. So it shows that we have in the Netherlands a very intense agricultural industrial complex, which is tied together. And I would like to focus on that for a minute. And I will address kind of 3 points. How do we look at this supply chain in a stylized version? What are the market failures on which we are focusing as an authority, and which tools and which efforts we make in that area? So first, if you look at the supply chain, it is actually a peculiar supply chain because it has an hourglass shape. You know, think about it. We have producers at the top level, which is a highly unconcentrated market. We have in many agricultural markets a numerous farmers, some big, some small, who produce and who sell into a relatively small amount of traders and processors. I think about dairy manufacturers or producers, sometimes cooperatives, sometimes not. Think about vegetable producers and who do the packaging and the wrapping, sometimes cooperatives, sometimes not. But we've also, on a global market, big commodity traders that sell raw products on a global scale, and that market is also highly concentrated. So wide at the top, small at the next level. Then comes the retail level, the stores that sell actually to consumers. Mostly national markets, regional markets, local markets, maybe even on the downstream side, if you look at it from a consumer's perspective. In most countries, concentrated. Maybe not as concentrated as the traders and processors market, but concentrated market with a few very strong retail brands that operate change either across a region or across the entire country. And then at the bottom, we have the consumers, again, widely dispersed, totally unconcentrated. In some countries, as we heard, more price sensitive than in others. But that entire system, that hourglass of a supply chain causes significant market failures at various stages and in different forms. So first market failure that you see is that competition authorities tend to focus on barriers to entry. But for a well-functioning market, it is also necessary to have low barriers to exit. And that is one of the problems for farmers, is that the barriers to exit are very high. For historical reasons and cultural reasons, farmers find it difficult, which I understand, to stop the business. It's a final decision. It's a decision they take for future generations. Their children, their grandchildren, their grand-grandchildren will no longer be able to farm like they did and generations before. And that makes farmers extremely vulnerable to exploitation by the next level in the value chain. And that's why it is extremely important that we have tools and that we do not treat farmers as any other business. There are separate, different, distinct characteristics for farmers that will not as easily exit the market. So this is the first market failure. Second market failure has to do with market concentration. It's a concentrated level at the trader level. Most of the traders and the processors have significant purchasing power towards the farmers. They're being from who they supply, for whom they purchase, and they have power on the downstream market. We know in many markets that there are only 1 or 2, maybe 3 suppliers of essential products for consumers. So concentrated at the processor trader market. And then also at the retail market, again, we're facing a problem of market concentration. And at both levels, it's a difficult dilemma, because on the one hand, there is market concentration that we all acknowledge, but on the other hand, there are also huge economies of scale and scope. And here, this is the dilemma for a market regulator, that on the one hand, we want consumers to profit from these economies of scale and scope at both levels at the value chain, but on the other hand, we do not want them to suffer from these economies of scale and scope that are absolutely there. So that is the second and third market failure, market concentration at these two levels. And then we come to the fourth market failure, and that's already been discussed. Those are the negative externalities that are associated with agricultural production. It's a simple fact. We see that all around us, that the cost of production are not fully integrated into the price. We pass on a significant part of these costs to future generations. And that is an issue, and an issue of market failure that somehow we need to address as a society. How is a difficult question, but we do need to address it. And then the final market failure is related to the previous one, the negative externalities. That is a situation of information asymmetry. Consumers, even consumers who are willing to pay a higher price for a more sustainable product, or a product with a less negative footprint on society, really have to trust the retailer whether that product for which they are paying a premium is actually a more sustainable product. They cannot find it for themselves. So this information asymmetry between, on the one hand, the retailer and on the other hand, the consumer, is a market failure that we need to address as regulators. So what do we do? The first market failure is kind of the protection against exploitation of farmers. There we have the Unfair Trade Practices Act, where we as the ACM are, like the Austrians, also the designated regulator. So we enforce the act against, for example, unilateral price changes. We recently had a commitment case, so where we entered into after an investigation into a commitment by one of the significant purchasers of pork and pork slaughterhouses, is that they could no longer and would no longer unilaterally change their prices. We have another investigation that I cannot disclose yet into another agricultural value chain, where similarly the purchasing entity is able to continuously unilaterally change the prices. We have the CMO regulation, which allows farmers to get together and create countervailing power towards the next level in the value chain. In our experience in the Netherlands, it is not as successful as we had hoped. It is difficult, it seems, for farmers that are not already historically in an association where they pool their resources in a market organization, to now suddenly combine and join forces. There is something in the nature of many individual farmers that are also individual entrepreneurs and that want to continue to operate individually and always think they know it better than others. So that is on the one hand good, because that drives innovation, that drives ingenuity, but on the other hand, combined with the fact that farmers find it difficult to exit the market and stop with production, it's also not always helpful. The concentration level at both processor and trader and at the retail level is typically something that should be addressed with strict merger control enforcement, with enforcement of 101 and 102. And I want to specifically point out the efforts done by the ACM, but also by other authorities at addressing issues of hub and spoke and RPM. So in many of these markets, we see suppliers to retailers either operating 101 RPM, there's resale price maintenance for the supplier imposing, agreeing with the retailers to charge a certain price. But what we often see is that the suppliers are orchestrating prices, so that they are orchestrating among the retailers price increases of the products that they sell. And how they do that, they go to one retailer and say, well, if you increase the price, I'll ensure that your competitor will also increase the price. And you simply have to look out of the window to see whether I will keep my promise. And that's what we see in practice in markets, and recently in consumer electronics cases, we imposed high fines. But that structure and that way of working, we also find in the food products. The negative externalities, and that's the two final points. I will run this quickly. The two final points are negative externalities and information asymmetry. So on the negative externalities, we've issued sustainability guidelines to allow retailers, farmers, producers to join forces and to agree on a more sustainable production. So far, there haven't been really breakthrough developments in that area, maybe less than we had expected or at least hoped on the basis of signals we received from the market. But we receive still a fair amount of requests for informal guidance by supermarket and producers who want to agree to more sustainable products. Important for us is that we keep an eye that consumer choice is not fully eliminated. And whether that is under 210A that Philippe alluded to, or that is under 101, we always look at there must be a reasonable choice for consumers who are not willing to pay a higher price for more sustainable products. The reason why we do that is that ultimately, if you want to ban non-sustainable production, that is something for the legislator to decide and not for the competition authority. And then the final point, information asymmetry. Information asymmetry is something that is important for information symmetry is important for a well-functioning market. And that's why we also enforce strongly unfair trade practices rules, EU unfair trade practices rules, against retailers and companies that claim that their production and their products are sustainable, but in fact that is without any factual evidence or basis. And we've issued sustainability claims guidance for companies so that they know on which types of claims they can make and which they can't. And if you see from the past weeks, we went after a number of supermarkets who claimed that they were the most sustainable supermarket in the Netherlands, which, if all of them say that, someone must be lying. And they, together with other producers, toned down their marketing. And we do that to create a level playing field so that those who can make legitimate sustainability claims can also compete on sustainable parameters to create that level playing field. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Martin. I mean, this was a remarkable overview, I think, of a number of issues. This is being recorded, by the way, so you can always go back to it. I'd like just to, before we continue on sustainability, that is the transformation towards more sustainable production and consumption models, I'd like to give the floor to Yannis Lianos. I mean, I think Martin alluded to various issues, externalities arising at each and every level in the value chain. I mean, you have researched one of these issues, which is the financialization of the agri-food value chain. I mean, could you probably shed some more light on that?
I'm conscious of time, so I'll try to be short. So we heard before that many competition authorities traditionally have been focusing on the last mile, what I will call, the retail basically level. And I guess since the the Agricare merger wave, we have been mostly looking also a little bit to the upper level. But I think one thing that might not have been at the center of our attention and should be is the price formation. I mean, how prices are formed, right? And we have been looking a little bit to the rockets and feathers phenomenon, which is a little bit somehow moving towards the price formation. But I think one of the interesting issues, and Martin was alluding that before about the level of commodities traders, which is concentrated. I think this is in an explored a little bit area, and I think it's a very important area to explore more because of the financialization. What I mean by that, I mean, there are many different stories about financialization, but I'll be very specific here, is that, of course, we have the physical trade of products, I mean, spot markets, but because of issues of, instability, risks, etc., I mean, there's a quite important part of trade that is happening through futures and options, and to a certain extent that could be quite significant depending on the product. And of course this is all good, but to the extent that this is not very sometimes well regulated, it might lead to issues of speculation, and that could possibly lead, because of the fact that this is a concentrated market, to increase basically prices more and to lead to quite significant profits. So there are two aspects here. One issue is the role of indexes, price indexes, in the way of forming prices, and how these eventually might facilitate collusion to a certain extent. I mean, but I'm not touching on this issue. The second one is, I would say, and this is something that came out since the early 2000s with the US Commodity Futures Modernization Act, which basically allowed the global grain traders to become to have financial activity. And basically these are non-financial corporations, but do they actually have financial activity? And this has resulted in quite significant profits for the so-called ABCD companies. In particular, I would say the last 2 years. And I had some slides, I don't know if we have the time to show that. Yeah, it's the next one, I think. No, I think it's, yeah. So here, actually, you see the increase of the net profits, and these are data from SOMO, a SOMO study of the ABCD companies, 2021, 2022. If we can move to the next slide as well. And there you can see basically the net margins almost doubling the last 5 to 6 years. And in a way, this is interesting that is happening. At the same time, there's been a very recent UNCTAD Trade and Development report, which has looked a little bit to that more specifically. And it actually notes that commodity trading firms have assumed many financing, insurance, and investment functions typically associated with the activity of banks. And in this context, very large international trading firms, the ABCD type companies, have come to occupy a privileged position in terms of setting prices, assessing funding, and participating directly in the financial markets. And what is interesting there, and I would like to move to the next slide, is that they associate the profits of these ABCD food companies with periods of high price volatility. So in a certain way, profits are rising during periods of heightened price volatility. And basically, the UNCTAD study concludes that there is a strong link between corporate profiteering through the use of financial instruments and the current period of market volatility. And I think this is certainly something that we need to look more closely, in particular because these companies are not only basing their strategies on publicly available information. They are present in many different markets. They're very knowledgeable, actually, of these markets. They have sort of panopticon power, if I can actually use that term. And in a certain way, this is something that maybe competition authorities should have to look more carefully. In particular, now we see also some merger activity going on there with a Bunch-Viterra type of merger. I mean, the merger is now moving from the agro-tech, agro-chem type of merger wave to an agro-trade type of merger wave that might possibly be the next couple of years. So I think we should look very, very carefully to that.
Many thanks, Yanis. And these are very real issues which affect prices. That all farmers at domestic level, can charge their products, right, and sell their products. Thank you. I'd just like to stop still for a couple of minutes on sustainability, because Austria has, developed a number of provisions, of legal provisions actually, that enable sustainability initiatives. I think that's a very interesting example. I mean, we heard already from Martin and from Philippe, but I think Austria is experimenting with something a bit different. And then we'll wrap up by just doing a quick round. Nathalie.
Sure. Maybe just to round up the picture on the situation of farmers. So this year we brought cases under the Unfair Trading Practices Act in Austria that was directly related to an infringement towards small farmers, producers of apples. So it's not only bigger producers, but sometimes really local farmers that are being addressed by these black clauses, and they are particularly vulnerable because they will usually not hire a great lawyer that will file a well-structured complaint, but they will just suffer from what's happening to them. And if we don't reach out actively as an authority and as an enforcer to them, then we will not become aware of what's going on. So I think particularly with these smaller structured farmers, I think we need to be active as an enforcer. So coming back to your question, indeed, so Austria has been sort of innovative and in the field of how to integrate sustainability considerations into competition law enforcement. And there was an amendment in 21, and a so-called sustainability defense or exemption was added to our laws. And I may read it to you just to recall how broad it is, or maybe how narrow. So it states, consumers shall also be deemed to enjoy a fair share of the benefits which result from improvements to the production or distribution of goods or the promotion of technical or economic progress, if those benefits contribute substantially to an ecologically sustainable or climate neutral economy. So when you hear this defense, on the one hand, it's clear that it's narrower than what we find in the horizontal guidelines, in the sense that we're talking only about ecologically sustainable or climate neutral economy. We're not talking about animal welfare, where we have a narrow defense. But on the other hand, if you read it carefully, you can see that so the contribution may also take place outside Austria and does not have to directly, there's no direct link needed. So it's a true out-of-market efficiency. So, for example, a cooperation agreement that contributes to lessening deforestation in the Amazon may potentially fall under this. That being said, it's domestic. We're talking about domestic competition law. So, and that is, of course, narrow again, and you have to go through a 5-step analysis. So there need to be efficiencies, it needs to be indispensable and necessary, and the contribution needs to be substantial, and there has to be no elimination of competition. So I think it's set in a framework, and I think it adds on what is done at the European Commission level. And in our guidelines, you can also see that the Austrian defense, I think, sort of corroborates also what's done at the European level. And I'm proud to say that we received a World Bank award for the guidelines. Application is there, so companies have stepped forward, they have consulted us. Of course, to let's say it was expected that the extent would be some sort limited, because it's a domestic defense. But it has received a lot of international attention. So many jurisdictions over the globe have reached out to us. So it might be something to be looked at in other jurisdictions as well, and maybe copied.
Wonderful. Look, to wrap up this panel, I would like just to ask each of the speakers, in 1-2 minutes max, to identify one thing that we should do as competition enforcers in the future to address the most pressing issues in the agri-food value chain. I think we have spent, the panel sort of mapping the complexity of the market dynamics. If you were to identify one item on the agenda for the coming years, what would it be? Yanis first.
Oh, difficult thing. I had so many. So let me say, we have tried many things. So competition law, unfair trading practices, the 2019-633 regulation. We'll see, how this is enforced. I think, we probably, if we're serious about concentration in the agricultural sector, and for the reasons Martijn explained, this is a sector that might be quite specific in terms of concentration because of the volatility of the markets, the dependence on the farmers. Maybe, in the future merger guidelines, we might think of a possible market share presumption of 30% or 100 delta, a little bit like the US have done in the DOJ, USD, and the FTC guidelines. For mergers in the food value chain, particularly for global food value chain mergers. And the second thing is, if I may abuse of that, we have actually the biggest EU industrial policy is basically the common agricultural policy. We have 55 billion euros more or less, if I understand it, that are provided every year to promote production in Europe. And I think we need to think a little bit more creatively about using new industrial policy to enhance pro-competition industrial policy to enhance production and develop basically new markets in this area. And I think maybe this is something to think about in the next few years, in view of the fact also that we have been very open for experiments in the agriculture. I was thinking about the new guidelines that the Commission adopted in December, where they went further than the horizontal cooperation guidelines concerning environmental sustainability. Basically, the fair share to the user criterion is not there, which shows that this is an area where we can, because of the treaty as well, we have Article 39, we can basically experiment a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Nathalie, what would be your one recommendation?
Well, I think in general, I would say we have to put it very high on our priority list as national competition authorities, but also at the European Commission level. There's hardly a sector that is more relevant to the citizens of our respective jurisdictions and of Europe and to consumers than this market. That means also enforcement, using all our toolboxes that we have a very vigilant eye on mergers. Already last week in Brussels I said it's merger control, it's not merger clearance process. So we have to take that very seriously. Abuse of dominance cases should be a priority. We have one in the pipeline. And of course, strong UTP enforcement.
Philippe.
It's managing the balance between ensuring more sustainability and not increasing prices. And for that purpose, I think we have to be realistic if we want to absorb the externalities, to reduce the externalities. It raises the prices of agricultural products. So I think what I see as the main challenge is we need to make sure that we have the appropriate price increase at the agricultural level to cover this, an organization, but at the same time that it does not turn into a major price increase for the overall expenses on food. And I think there is a very open possibility for actually managing that this does not happen, is that we have margins in the rest of the chain on which competition should be exerted. And that's a matter of both enforcement, but also further regulation and enhancing competition and enhancing also the activity of the consumer to favor competition. So the key word is we will have increases at the upstream, but we should have something in the middle that decreases so that we don't have overall increases.
Thank you. Martijn, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, that's a challenge. The good news is that what seems that the political compromise was reached on the CSDDD directive, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. I think this is an important extra element in incorporated negative externalities into the price of food, with the challenges that Philippe addressed to. Second point is some of these markets, particularly at the intermediary level, are already so concentrated that tacit collusion at these markets is a serious problem. And tacit collusion is something that competition authorities have no tools to address. And therefore, as is well known, we are a strong proponent for a new competition tool, both at the EU level and at the national level, to address the issue of tacit collusion, because that is the next frontier for competition authorities.
Brilliant. Many, many thanks. So I invite all of you to thank our speakers for this extremely intense and interesting discussion. Many, many thanks to everyone. Shall I, or you introduce our last speaker of today, who is very unknown to everybody? Yes. Because Brussels is not only the capital of Belgium.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. So, indeed, the last speaker for the day doesn't need much introduction. We've been spoiled with speakers today of very high quality. This last panel was extremely interesting for those who thought that digital was complex. Well, look at food. So, I think it's really we've had a very good day. And we are particularly spoiled by the speakers that we have from the European Commission today with, like I said, a historical commissioner this morning, Commissioner Vestager, and then we had Philippe, Inge, and Eddie, who are three major officials of DG Comp who have made the history within their respective roles of competition policy at the Commission. And talking about history, I want to introduce Olivier Gerson, who has been going through the whole modern history of European competition law since last century, in fact. And he has been in several cabinets of from commissioners, going from Van Miert, Kroes, Barnier, senior positions at the Commission. And I remember from my early days as a lawyer at the origin of cartel busting at the European level. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Olivier Gerson, Director General of DG Comp.
Apart from the mention of the last century, thank you very much, Axel. No, it was indeed a very good day for the substance, but also for the symbol. I don't think I've ever seen a National Competition Day filled with so many colleagues from so many sister competition authorities within the ECN, and also so many heads of authorities. That tells something about the status of the Belgian Competition Authority in our network, but that also tells something about how we move forwards as a community together. And if you look back 20 years ago, since we celebrated the 20 years of Reg 1 not too long ago, the progresses there are remarkable. And of course, the pressure of the evolution of market integration and economics make it certain, in my view, that this is just the beginning of a process that will bring us further away in terms of greater integration. So I think that's good. The second thing is it's a very good head start for you, Axel. So no, it is official. For long, people in the ECN, like me, thought that it was all a legend that Andreas Munt was the only life-appointed chairman in the world of European competition authorities, because everybody thought, it's Jack in reality. I remember when I came back to DG Competition on the 1st of February 2020, my first visitor was Jacques. And Jacques, I think you were probably also the last one I saw before I left DG Competition in 29. And his first thing was, Oh yes, but I visit you to tell you that I'm soon gone. So it became a running joke, ECN meeting after ECN meeting. But place aux jeunes, and I'm happy to see that the succession est bien assurée. And Jacques, it's great to see you still among your former colleagues here. I will not bore you with a long speech. It's late, it's Friday evening. Some of you have to travel back. But I'd like to finish when we started, with Mathias, another very great person in the world of the economics of competition. So Mathias started with the relationship between competition policy and industrial policy, which is at the same time, you know, it's the Loch Ness monster of competition policy. It was the topic when I joined the Commission in the early 90s, then nothing for 15 years, and it's the topic again, and I'm sure it will go on like this. But there are reasons why this topic comes back and back and back again. And that is that competition policy and industrial policy are both long-term competitiveness policies. Whatever you think about one and the other, the aim of the two policies is the same, is to enhance long-term competitiveness of the economy. And of course, that doesn't mean that competition policy is a substitute for industrial policy. And I think this is a trap in which Europeans fell for too long, the Commission as well. The paradigm of the 90s and the early 2000s was that we don't need an industrial policy because we have competition policy. That, I think, is not correct for many reasons, but if you have to retain only one, competition policy is about the power to say no. And you can do many things with the power to say no, but you cannot do everything with the power to say no. You need a bit of some more positive tools if you want to shape an economic policy. So for as much as I think that competition policy is very important, I dedicated my professional life to it. It is not a substitute for an industrial policy, and it is not good either to give competition policy too many goals, because that's the best way that we fail in achieving any. So I think we should stick to what we're good at, protecting the competitive process in order to make sure that markets play their role and efficiently allocate the resources which are scarce, so that we make the best out of them. And if it works well, the result will be that consumer welfare will be enhanced. So a good industrial policy builds on competitive processes. So it's not only that they are complementary, is that competition policy and industrial policy should be used together. And actually, they should be co-built in a way, or co-conceived. And of course, there may be some tensions. When industrial policy is seen as a pick the winner, let's subsidize everybody policy, there will be tensions with competition policy, but my take there is that this is not a very good industrial policy. A good industrial policy builds on competitive process. Today, we talk a lot about reliance, strategic autonomy. How do you achieve that? Some think you achieve that by relocating, reshoring, as we say today, everything in Europe. I'm not sure our political or economic project is autarcy. And even if it were, I'm not sure it would be terribly well advised for a region, Europe, that is the first exporter in the world. So, how to achieve resilience if you're not re-onshoring everything? Well, you should certainly re-onshore some productions for which you have unsustainable, crucial overdependencies. That's the reason why we have had the chip tax, for example. Chips are so pervasive in the whole of the economy, that you can probably not afford to be over-reliant on one single producer, even less when this one single producer is a small island not too far away from the coast of China. But for the bulk of it, for what we will not reinsure, resilience and autonomy is about interdependencies and not over-reliance, and it is about diversification. And guess what? Competition does diversification very well, a lot better than monopolies. So if you want to achieve reliance, you need to achieve diversification. You need to have a heterogeneous ecosystem. You need to diversify your sources of supply. You need to avoid to have firms with excessive market power. In all these dimensions, competition policy is extremely congruent with industrial policy. So competition is indeed not an obstacle to competitiveness. It's not an impediment to an industrial policy. It is in reality a competitiveness booster. It favors innovation. It forces companies to get their costs under control, to be lean. It's the best way in reality to grow into a competitive force on the world scene. And we're always challenged by, oh yeah, but look at the others. We need to adapt. We need to turn protectionist as well. Well, when I look at the others, we were, Margaret and I, in Washington at the ABA 2 weeks ago, and we traditionally use this opportunity to gather among enforcers, a number of you, whether Natalie was with us in particular. And we had this big meeting with the American friends, and the whole morning was dedicated to what they call the holding of government policy, which is about mainstreaming competition policy in the whole of the government action. So, and I think this is the right thing to do if you want to enhance your competitiveness. You should mainstream competition in everything you're doing. And this is what the Americans are doing. And it would be really strange that we are going the opposite direction, because I think they have exactly the good diagnosis and also the good cure. Then I'm told, yeah, but look at IRA. Well, IRA is about budgeting 400 billion of subsidies to decarbonation and clean energies over 10 years. The European Union and its member states over the last 2.5 years have given 400 billion of subsidies to clean energy and decarbonation. If you project it over 10 years, it's 4 times what the Americans have foreseen. I don't see why we should feel that threatened by IRA. IRA is just the American waking up to the fact that they also need to subsidize the clean transition, because otherwise it will not happen, or it will not happen soon enough, which is something that we have realized quite a long time ago, because when you look at the statistics in state aid, it's very interesting. We start to move from, on average, 0.5% GDP of state subsidies in Europe, which was the stable, more or less stable ratio until 2014, 2015. It started to go up in 2014, 2015 to reach 1% in 2020. And I'm talking out of the crisis state aids, of course, the regular state aid to the economy. And it's pretty much stable since. Now, if you break down this doubling in terms of GDP of the state subsidies, it's almost 100% in clean technologies, decarbonation, and clean power generation. So I would say this is well invested policy, and we should not feel threatened by the fact that others are just replicating that 10 years after. So, but that is for the past and the outlook. So let's look to the future. What's next in competition policy? Maybe at the end of this day, that's the right moment to address that. Well, if we want to gain in resilience, of course, we need to be competitive. We need to enhance the competitive pressure on our companies, but not at any price, not under any condition. We also need to have a fair, level playing field. If you have heard or read the reaction of President von der Leyen to the statements of the Chinese after that AD exploits of the last days, President von der Leyen, because the Chinese complained that the downgrades we have had in a Chinese company under the foreign subsidy regulation were unfair and biased and opaque and etc. And Mrs. von der Leyen said, well, we love competition, but when it happens in a playing field that is leveled. And that is also very important. Competition enhances competitiveness for as long as everybody plays fair and square with the same rules. And if you look at the new tools we have forged recently and we have started to implement, like the foreign subsidy regulation, but also like the DMA, this is very much about everybody having to play with the same rules. It's about when you're a platform with gatekeeper functions that you cannot use these gatekeeper functions to maintain or enhance or enlarge your dominance. But this is also about preventing foreign firms that are active in our single market for being subsidized in ways that we would never accept for EU firms and from our own member states. And the foreign subsidy regulation is this. It's not more, and it's not less. It's bridging the gap, leveling the playing field, so that all companies are on the same, subjected to the same rules when it comes to public subsidies. And something, and maybe we'll close with this, that is very important to retain is that it is very different from the anti-subsidy rules in the WTO. Because the anti-subsidy rules are about subsidies in the foreign jurisdiction for goods that are then exported, say, in Europe. We have also tools for that. We have an investigation ongoing on Chinese electric vehicles. But this is not what the foreign subsidy regulation is about. The foreign subsidy regulation is about firms that are established and active here in Europe and are subsidized potentially on their operations, not only on their OPEX, not only on their CAPEX, by a foreign state under conditions that we would never accept from an EU state. So in that sense, it is simply about leveling the playing field, which is a crucial condition for bringing a competitiveness based on competition to be accepted by the citizens and by the firms. Because you cannot accept to be subjected to competition at home where the others are not subjected to competition at home, and on top of that, they play unfair on your own domestic market. So that's why these two tools will be extremely important, in my view, in the future design of any competition policy, but also on any, I would say, couple. As I said, it should be co-built between competition policy and industrial policy, and I think that will keep us busy in the years to come. Back to Belgium and the national competition authorities. They have, of course, a role to play in all this as well, with their own tool, but also in assisting the Commission. we could not have conducted the downgrades AD and his colleagues have conducted without the assistance of the colleagues in the NCAs. Without Martin, wherever he is, without Tomasz in Poland. So it's super important, and it's important in all the dimensions. I mean, Natalie just spoke about agricultural goods and food products. The study that the Austrian competition authorities conducted was a key input for all of us. And it is on that basis that Philippe and his colleagues are looking for new leads. And in return, we feed them back, the colleagues in the NCAs, with whatever we find and that we cannot exploit ourselves. So I think this is the future. I'm happy to see the family gathered together, and I'm sure we'll do a great job in the years to come. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I was saying that this was the last speaker. It will be the last speaker. I just want to say goodbye. Thank you very much for having participated. And one last word of thanks, big thanks to the persons who have been behind the organization of this event. I mentioned all the names yesterday, and I forgot to mention Julie Léonard also, who is here present. So I want to give also a special thanks to her. But otherwise, thanks to all. Thank you. And thanks to Séverine also for co-organizing this. It was a real pleasure. Bye-bye and have a good weekend.